Hey story enthusiasts! This is Potter Paradox bringing you another gem. In this video, we present to you what if Wednesday Addams transferred to Hogwarts and immediately declared war on Dumbledore after seeing Harry's scars. If you enjoy these stories as much as we enjoy sharing them, please like, subscribe, and share with your friends. Let's dive in. Chapter 1, The New Girl in Black. The Hogwarts Express chugged along the countryside as rain pelted the windows, creating rivulets that distorted the view of the Scottish Highlands. Inside one of the compartments sat Harry Potter, his brow furrowed as he absent-mindedly rubbed the back of his hand where the words, "I must not tell lies," were still raw and visible. "Bloody Umbridge," Ron muttered, noticing Harry's discomfort. "She's completely mental." Hermione looked up from her textbook. "We really should report her. Using a blood quill on students is illegal." Harry shook his head. "To who?" "The Ministry sent her here. Dumbledore's barely around. And every time I try to talk to him, the compartment door slid open with a sharp crack, cutting Harry off mid-sentence. Standing in the doorway was a girl none of them had seen before. She couldn't have been older than 15, but there was something ancient in her eyes. Her skin was so pale it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Two perfect braids of midnight black hair hung down past her shoulders. She wore a black dress with a white collar that looked like it belonged in an entirely different century. "You're Harry Potter," she said. It wasn't a question. Her voice was flat, emotionless, like she was reading a slightly boring obituary. "Yeah," Harry replied, instantly defensive. "And you are?" The girl stepped into the compartment without invitation and sat down directly across from Harry. "Wednesday Addams. I'm transferring to Hogwarts. 5th year." Ron's eyebrows shot up. "Transfer? People don't transfer to Hogwarts." "I do," Wednesday replied, her eyes never leaving Harry's face. "My family has unique educational requirements." Hermione closed her book. "Where did you study before?" "Nowhere you'd have heard of," Wednesday said dismissively. "A small academy in America that specializes in particular magical traditions." Her eyes flickered to Harry's forehead, lingering on his lightning scar, then down to his hand where the words etched by Umbridge's quill were visible. "Interesting," she said, reaching out and grabbing Harry's wrist before he could pull away. Her grip was surprisingly strong as she examined the back of his hand. "Blood quill. Medieval. Effective. Illegal in most civilized countries." She looked up, dark eyes glittering. "Someone's torturing you." Harry yanked his hand back. "It's nothing." "It's not nothing," Wednesday countered. "It's systematic abuse sanctioned by an educational institution." A tiny smile formed at the corner of her mouth. "I approve of torture as a recreational activity between consenting participants, but this is clearly non-consensual." Ron and Hermione exchanged alarmed glances. "You approve of torture?" Hermione repeated carefully. Wednesday shrugged. "My brother and I used to play with the rack in our playroom. I once kept him stretched for 3 days." She said this as casually as someone might mention playing exploding snap. "You're joking," Ron said with a nervous laugh. "I never joke about torture," Wednesday replied. Her gaze returned to Harry. "Who did this to you?" "New defense against the dark arts teacher," Harry said reluctantly. "Umbridge. Ministry stooge. And the headmaster allows this?" "Dumbledore doesn't know," Hermione interjected quickly. Wednesday's expression didn't change, but something in her eyes hardened. "Doesn't know, or chooses not to see. There's a difference." Before anyone could respond, the train began to slow. Outside, the lights of Hogsmeade Station became visible through the rain-streaked windows. "This conversation isn't over," Wednesday said, standing up. "I find myself interested in Hogwarts leadership structures." Without another word, she turned and left the compartment. "Blimey," Ron breathed once she was gone. "What the bloody hell was that?" "Trouble," Hermione said quietly. I think that was trouble. The great hall buzzed with excitement as students took their seats for the welcoming feast. At the staff table, Dumbledore sat in his ornate chair, his eyes twinkling as he surveyed the room. Beside him, Professor Umbridge wore a simpering smile, her pink cardigan a jarring splash of color against the more somber robes of the other teachers. Harry, Ron, and Hermione took their usual spots at the Gryffindor table. Harry scanned the crowd, his eyes eventually landing on Wednesday Addams, who stood apart from the first years awaiting sorting. Unlike the nervous 11-year-olds around her, Wednesday looked completely unmoved by the grandeur of the Great Hall or the hundreds of eyes now turning toward her. "She's giving me the creeps," Ron whispered. "Like a Dementor decided to become a teenage girl." "Shoo," Hermione hushed him as Professor McGonagall stepped forward with the sorting hat. After the traditional sorting song, which contained even more warnings about house unity than the previous year, McGonagall began calling students forward. The first years were sorted one by one until only Wednesday remained. "We have an unusual situation this year," McGonagall announced. "A transfer student joining us for 5th year. Addams, Wednesday." Wednesday walked forward with deliberate steps. The hall had gone completely silent, every student curious about this unprecedented transfer. She sat on the stool, and McGonagall placed the hat on her head. The moment the hat touched Wednesday's braids, it gave a violent shudder that was visible to everyone in the hall. Its rip of a mouth opened wide, but no sound came out. It seemed to be having some kind of internal struggle. "Is it supposed to do that?" a first-year whispered loudly. After nearly a full minute of silent convulsions, the hat finally spoke, not in its usual confident declaration, but in a shaky, disturbed voice, "Ravenclaw. I think. Yes, Ravenclaw. Please remove me now." McGonagall lifted the hat, which continued to twitch in her hands. Wednesday stood and walked calmly to the Ravenclaw table, where students hurriedly made space for her, though no one seemed eager to sit too close. "That was weird," Ginny commented from a few seats away. "The hats never acted like that before." Up at the staff table, Dumbledore and McGonagall were having a hushed conversation, both glancing occasionally at the new Ravenclaw. At the Ravenclaw table, Luna Lovegood slid down the bench until she was sitting directly across from Wednesday. "Hello," Luna said dreamily. The sorting hat seemed quite distressed. "Did you have raxburts in your hair? They're known to confuse magical objects." Wednesday stared at Luna for a long moment. "No raxburts. Just family curses, generational darkness, and an ancestor who was burned as a witch 16 times. Instead of being put off, Luna looked interested. 16 times. How fascinating. My father wrote an article about historical witch burnings and their connection to heliopath breeding grounds. For the first time since arriving, something like approval flickered across Wednesday's face. At the front of the hall, Dumbledore rose to give his welcome speech, introducing the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Umbridge, who interrupted with her own speech about progress for progress's sake and pruning practices that ought to be prohibited. Throughout Umbridge's speech, Wednesday's eyes never left Dumbledore. She studied him with the intensity of a scientist observing a particularly interesting specimen. When Umbridge finished and food appeared on the tables, Wednesday continued her observation while mechanically putting small portions of the darkest, most charred foods onto her plate. "You don't seem impressed by our headmaster," Luna observed. Wednesday speared a blackened piece of meat with her fork. "I'm reserving judgment. But I've never trusted men with excessive facial hair or twinkling eyes. Especially when they allow children to be harmed under their supervision." "Harmed?" asked a nearby Ravenclaw prefect. Wednesday didn't elaborate, instead turning her attention to the ceiling, where enchanted storm clouds were gathering, mirroring the weather outside. "Atmospheric. Reminds me of home." The next morning at breakfast, Harry was exhausted from another night of restless dreams about long corridors and locked doors. He'd barely touched his food when a shadow fell across his plate. Looking up, he found Wednesday Addams standing behind him, her expression as impassive as ever. Your hand is worse today, she observed. Harry instinctively covered his right hand with his left. What do you want? To understand why you allow this, Wednesday replied. I spent the night researching Hogwarts' recent history. Fascinating reading. Possessed teachers, basilisks, escaped convicts, tournaments with deadly tasks. She tilted her head slightly. You've faced death multiple times under Dumbledore's watch. It's not like that, Harry said defensively. It's exactly like that, Wednesday countered. Your school is systematically endangering its students. Your headmaster is either incompetent or deliberately negligent. And now, a ministry representative is physically torturing you while everyone looks the other way. By now, several students nearby had stopped eating to listen. Even Ron and Hermione were silent, watching the exchange with concern. You don't understand anything about Dumbledore, Harry said through clenched teeth. I understand power structures and institutional failure, Wednesday replied. I understand that adults who claim to protect children while exposing them to danger are either liars or fools. She turned slightly, raising her voice just enough to be heard at the surrounding tables. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where children fight dark lords while the adults attend meetings. A few nervous laughs rippled through the great hall, quickly silenced by the serious expressions of the older students who had lived through the events Wednesday was referencing. Miss Addams. Dumbledore's voice carried from the staff table. He had risen to his feet, his usual twinkle notably absent from his eyes. Perhaps you would like to share your concerns with the staff rather than disrupting breakfast? Wednesday turned fully to face the headmaster. I don't have concerns, headmaster. I have observations. And a declaration. A declaration? Dumbledore repeated, eyebrows rising slightly. Yes. Wednesday's voice remained calm, but it carried throughout the now silent hall. I, Wednesday Addams, hereby declare war on Albus Dumbledore and the system of negligence he represents. Gasps and murmurs broke out across the hall. At the staff table, McGonagall looked scandalized, Snape seemed caught between disdain and interest, and Umbridge was practically vibrating with malicious delight. That is quite enough, Miss Addams, Dumbledore said firmly. 20 points from Ravenclaw for disrespect, and I will see you in my office after your morning classes. Wednesday nodded once, as if this was exactly the response she'd expected. I look forward to it, headmaster. She turned back to Harry. This isn't over. When you're ready to stop being a sacrifice on the altar of the greater good, find me. With that, she walked back to the Ravenclaw table, where her housemates immediately created a buffer zone around her. Only Luna seemed unperturbed, continuing to eat her breakfast while reading an upside-down copy of the Quibbler. She's mental, Ron said, watching Wednesday with a mixture of fear and awe. Absolutely mental. She's dangerous, Hermione corrected. No one declares war on Dumbledore on their second day. Harry said nothing, his eyes moving between Wednesday, Dumbledore, and Umbridge, who was now whispering excitedly to a stony-faced McGonagall. Something had been set in motion, and Harry had the distinct feeling that Hogwarts would never be quite the same again. Wednesday's first class at Hogwarts was potions with the Slytherins. She arrived exactly on time and took a seat at an empty table at the back of the dungeon classroom. The Ravenclaws gave her a wide berth, still processing her breakfast declaration of war on the headmaster. Professor Snape swept into the room, black robes billowing. He began taking attendance, pausing when he reached Wednesday's name. Ah, our American transfer student, he said, his lip curling slightly. Let us hope your potions skills exceed your talent for making dramatic entrances, Miss Addams. My family has been brewing poisons for generations, Professor, Wednesday replied calmly. My great-aunt Calpurnia once eliminated an entire royal line with a single vial of her special blend. Snape's eyes narrowed. Is that meant to impress me, Miss Addams? No, Wednesday said. Just establishing context. Several students shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Even the Slytherins looked uncertain about whether to be amused or alarmed. 5 points from Ravenclaw for your cheek, Snape said coldly. Today we will be brewing the draught of peace. The instructions, he flicked his wand at the blackboard, are here. You have 1 hour. As the class set to work, Wednesday moved with precise efficiency, measuring and adding ingredients with practiced ease. While other students consulted the board repeatedly, she worked from memory, occasionally making subtle adjustments to the official recipe. Halfway through the lesson, Draco Malfoy sauntered over to her table, ostensibly to borrow ingredients but clearly looking to introduce himself to the girl who had publicly challenged Dumbledore. Quite the show at breakfast, he said with a smirk. Draco Malfoy. My father's on the school board of governors. Wednesday didn't look up from her cauldron. Fascinating. Does he know about the basilisk, the escaped convict, the possessed teacher, or the student who died during the tournament? Draco's smirk faltered. My father is very influential at the ministry. And yet children still die at this school. Wednesday finally looked up, her dark eyes fixing on Draco's face. Interesting definition of influence. You do well not to make enemies so quickly, Draco said, a flush creeping up his pale cheeks. Wednesday added a precisely measured sprinkle of powdered moonstone to her potion. I don't make enemies, Draco Malfoy. I identify obstacles. Is there a problem here? Snape's voice cut through their conversation as he loomed over the table. No problem, Professor, Wednesday replied. Just discussing governance structures with the son of a board member. Snape's gaze moved from Wednesday to Draco, then to the cauldron between them, which was emitting the perfect silver vapor described in the textbook. Return to your seat, Mr. Malfoy, Snape ordered. He peered more closely at Wednesday's potion, stirring it once counterclockwise with his wand. The vapor shifted briefly to a deeper silver before returning to its original state. You modified the standard recipe, Snape observed, his voice slightly less cold than before. 3 counterclockwise stirs after the hellebore, Wednesday confirmed. It stabilizes the moonstone's interaction with the syrup of hellebore. That modification is not in your textbook. No, Wednesday agreed. It's in my great-grandmother's grimoire. Along with 16 untraceable poisons and a tonic that makes the drinker's blood boil from the inside out. For a moment, something almost like approval flickered across Snape's face before his usual mask of disdain returned. Complete your work, Miss Addams. And 5 points to Ravenclaw for attention to detail. By the end of class, Wednesday's potion was perfect, one of only 3 in the room that met Snape's exacting standards. She bottled her sample and placed it on Snape's desk, then began cleaning her station with the same methodical precision she'd shown throughout the lesson. As students filed out of the dungeon, Luna appeared beside Wednesday. That was impressive. Professor Snape rarely awards points to anyone outside Slytherin. He appreciates competence, Wednesday replied. And darkness. Both are familiar territories for my family. What class do you have next? Luna asked, falling into step beside Wednesday as they climbed the dungeon stairs. Defense against the dark arts. Luna's usual dreamy expression dimmed slightly. Oh. Professor Umbridge isn't very open-minded. Few torturers are, Wednesday said. But they're often predictable. You shouldn't antagonize her, a new voice said. Hermione Granger had appeared on Wednesday's other side, slightly breathless as if she'd hurried to catch up. Umbridge is dangerous. She has the ministry's backing. All power structures can be dismantled, Wednesday replied. Some require more creative approaches than others. Hermione frowned. What exactly are you planning? I never reveal my plans to someone I've known less than 24 hours, Wednesday said. Family rule. You declared war on Dumbledore in front of the entire school, Hermione pointed out. That wasn't a plan. That was a declaration of intent. Wednesday stopped walking and turned to face Hermione directly. Why are you here, Hermione Granger? You've been hovering since breakfast. You clearly disapprove of my approach. Yet here you are. Hermione straightened her shoulders. I want to understand what you're trying to accomplish. And... She hesitated, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. I want to know what you know about Harry's detentions with Umbridge. I know a blood quill when I see one, Wednesday replied. Medieval torture device. Creates physical wounds that reflect magical intent. Leaves permanent scars with prolonged use. She tilted her head slightly. The interesting question isn't what I know, but why you haven't done anything about it. Hermione flushed. I've tried. I told Harry to report it, but he refuses. I've researched legal precedents, but with the Ministry backing Umbridge, our options are limited. Legal precedents, Wednesday repeated, her tone making the word sound like something distasteful. My family has never found the legal approach particularly effective. We prefer more direct methods. Violence isn't the answer, Hermione said quickly. A ghost of a smile touched Wednesday's lips. Violence is rarely the answer. Fear, however, is surprisingly effective. Before Hermione could respond, the warning bell rang, signaling 5 minutes until the next class. We should continue this discussion, Wednesday said. After I've had my first encounter with Professor Umbridge. She turned and walked away, leaving Hermione looking troubled and Luna thoughtful. She's quite intense, isn't she? Luna observed dreamily. Like a thestral in a room full of rabbits. Hermione couldn't help but agree. The defense against the dark arts classroom was already half full when Wednesday arrived. She took a seat at the back, observing as the remaining students filtered in. Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered together, their expressions tense. Harry's eyes briefly met Wednesday's before he quickly looked away, taking a seat as far from her as possible. Professor Umbridge entered the classroom wearing a fluffy pink cardigan and a black velvet bow perched atop her head like an overgrown fly. Her wide, flabby face was set in a saccharine smile that didn't reach her bulging eyes. Good morning, class, she said in a high-pitched, girlish voice. A few students mumbled responses. Tut, tut, Umbridge said, her smile widening. That won't do at all. When I say, good morning, class, you should reply, good morning, Professor Umbridge. Let's try that again. Good morning, class. Good morning, Professor Umbridge, the class chorused back, with varying degrees of enthusiasm. There, that wasn't too difficult, was it? Umbridge simpered. Wands away and quills out, please. As books and parchment were extracted from bags, Umbridge's gaze swept the room, finally landing on Wednesday. The professor's smile faltered slightly before returning, even wider and more artificial than before. Ah, our new student. Miss Addams, isn't it? I heard you made quite the impression at breakfast this morning. Wednesday met Umbridge's gaze without blinking. I merely stated facts, Professor. Children have died at this school. Others have been permanently scarred. Her eyes flickered briefly to Harry. Some are being actively tortured. A hush fell over the classroom. Umbridge's smile remained fixed, but her eyes narrowed dangerously. 5 points from Ravenclaw for disrupting class with nonsense, she said sweetly. And I think a detention this evening would help you learn proper respect. I look forward to it, Wednesday replied, her expression unchanging. I've always found detention educational. Umbridge's smile twitched. Now then, class. Please copy down the following course aims. She tapped the blackboard with her wand, and 3 points appeared, understanding the principles underlying defensive magic. Learning to recognize situations in which defensive magic can legally be used. Placing the use of defensive magic in a context for practical use. As the class dutifully copied the aims, Hermione's hand shot into the air. Umbridge pointedly ignored her, continuing to instruct the class to read Chapter 1 of Defensive Magical Theory, by Wilbert Slinkard. Hermione's hand remained stubbornly aloft. Eventually, when more than half the class was watching Hermione instead of reading, Umbridge addressed her with forced sweetness. "Did you have a question about the chapter, dear?" "Not about the chapter, no," Hermione said. "About the course aims." "Well, Miss Granger, we're reading just now," Umbridge said, showing her small, pointed teeth. "If you have other questions, we can deal with them at the end of class." "I've got a question about the course aims," Wednesday interjected without raising her hand. "Where is the practical application component?" Umbridge's gaze snapped to Wednesday. "Students will raise their hands in my class, Miss Addams." Simultaneously, Wednesday and Hermione raised their hands. After a moment's hesitation, Harry raised his as well, followed by several others. Umbridge's bulging eyes widened further. She turned back to Hermione. "Yes, Miss Granger. Surely the whole point of defense against the dark arts is to practice defensive spells?" Hermione asked. "Are you a ministry-trained educational expert, Miss Granger?" Umbridge asked with false sweetness. "No, but, then I'm afraid you are not qualified to decide what the whole point of any class is," Umbridge declared. "You will be learning about defensive spells in a secure, risk-free way. What use is theory in the real world?" Harry interrupted loudly. "Hand, Mr. Potter." Umbridge sang. Harry thrust his hand into the air, but Umbridge turned away from him. Wednesday raised her hand again. "Yes, Miss Addams." Umbridge's voice had taken on a dangerous edge. "I was wondering about the historical precedent," Wednesday said calmly. "In 1942, the Hogwarts defense against the dark arts curriculum was adjusted to remove practical components. That year, a student died, and the Chamber of Secrets was opened. In 1995, the Triwizard Tournament resulted in a student's death. Now, in response, practical defense is again being removed from the curriculum." She tilted her head slightly. "Is the ministry attempting to recreate the conditions that previously led to student fatalities?" Complete silence followed this question. Umbridge's face had gone rigid, the false smile frozen in place. "Detention, Miss Addams," she said, her voice no longer sweet but cold. "My office, 7 o'clock. And 20 points from Ravenclaw for spreading malicious lies." "They're not lies if they're historically accurate," Wednesday replied. "The student who died in 1942 was Myrtle Warren. Last year, it was Cedric Diggory." She looked directly at Harry. "Both deaths occurred at Hogwarts, under Dumbledore's watch, in circumstances where practical defensive knowledge might have made a difference." "Enough." Umbridge's voice rose to a shriek. 50 points from Ravenclaw. Detention for a week, Miss Addams. And you'll be joining Mr. Potter this evening. Perhaps together you can learn the value of not telling lies." Wednesday's expression didn't change, but something in her eyes seemed to sharpen with interest. "So we'll be tortured together. How sociable." A collective gasp went through the classroom. Umbridge's face flushed an ugly shade of purple. "Return to your reading," she snapped at the class. "Miss Addams, you will see the headmaster immediately. Take your things." Wednesday gathered her books with deliberate slowness, maintaining eye contact with Umbridge the entire time. As she passed Harry's desk on her way to the door, she paused briefly. "Blood makes excellent evidence," she whispered, just loud enough for him to hear. "Don't clean your hand after detention." Then she was gone, leaving behind a classroom buzzing with tension and whispers. The stone gargoyle guarding the entrance to Dumbledore's office leapt aside as Wednesday approached, revealing the moving spiral staircase beyond. She stepped onto it, allowing herself to be carried upward to the heavy oak door with the griffin knocker. Before she could knock, Dumbledore's voice called from within, "Enter." Wednesday pushed the door open and stepped into the circular office. Her eyes swept over the sleeping portraits of former headmasters, the spindly silver instruments emitting puffs of smoke, and the magnificent red and gold phoenix perched beside the desk. Finally, her gaze settled on Dumbledore himself, seated behind his desk with his fingers steepled beneath his chin. Miss Addams, he said, his voice calm but his blue eyes lacking their usual twinkle. Please, sit down. Wednesday took the chair across from him, her posture perfect, hands folded neatly in her lap. Headmaster. I understand you've had an eventful morning, Dumbledore said. Professor Snape reports that you demonstrated considerable skill in potions, while Professor Umbridge seems to feel you require additional supervision. Professor Umbridge is using an illegal torture device on students, Wednesday replied bluntly. A blood quill. It carves words into the back of the hand. Harry Potter's hand reads, I must not tell lies. If Dumbledore was surprised by this direct accusation, he didn't show it. That is a serious allegation, Miss Addams. It's not an allegation. It's a fact. I recognize the marks. My great-grandfather collected medieval torture devices. We have 3 blood quills in our family vault, along with thumb screws and an Iron Maiden. Wednesday's expression remained impassive. The difference is, we don't use them on children without consent. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly at this last statement. I assure you, Miss Addams, if a member of my staff were using illegal means of punishment, I would take immediate action. Would you? Wednesday asked, her voice still perfectly level. Your record suggests otherwise. Since you became headmaster, this school has hosted a possessed teacher, a basilisk, dementors, and a tournament that resulted in a student's death. Your response has consistently been delayed, inadequate, or non-existent. You seem to have formed a very definitive opinion based on limited information, Dumbledore observed. I spent last night in your library, Wednesday replied. Newspaper archives. Student records. Historical accounts. The pattern is clear. You prioritize your larger agenda over student safety. And what agenda would that be, Miss Addams? The defeat of Voldemort, Wednesday said without hesitation. You're using Harry Potter as both bait and weapon. You're sacrificing his well-being, and by extension, the well-being of every student here, to further your strategy against the Dark Lord. For the first time, something like surprise flickered across Dumbledore's face. You speak Voldemort's name without fear. Fear is a luxury my family has never afforded itself, Wednesday replied. We've seen true darkness, Headmaster. The kind that lurks in blood and bone. Your Dark Lord is just a man who split his soul. My ancestor Goody Addams performed that ritual 6 times before breakfast, just to make her morning tea more interesting. Dumbledore studied her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. You are a most unusual student, Miss Addams. I'm curious, why transfer to Hogwarts now? Especially if you believe it to be so dangerous. My family has always been attracted to danger, Wednesday said. And to opportunities for growth. Hogwarts provides both. As for why now? She paused, the barest hint of a smile touching her lips. Let's just say we recognized a kindred darkness awakening in Britain. You refer to Voldemort's return, Dumbledore said. It wasn't a question. The Ministry denies it. You know it's true. Harry Potter has seen it. Wednesday's dark eyes fixed on Dumbledore's blue ones. Yet you isolate the boy, withhold information, and allow him to be tortured by your ministry-appointed inquisitor. Curious strategy. There are factors at play that you cannot possibly understand, Miss Addams. Enlighten me. Dumbledore shook his head. I'm afraid that's not possible. Then we remain at an impasse, Wednesday said, rising from her chair. You will continue your chess game with children as pawns, and I will continue my war against your negligence. I cannot allow you to disrupt this school, Miss Addams, Dumbledore said, his voice firmer now. Particularly not during such precarious times. Then prove me wrong, Wednesday challenged. Examine Harry Potter's hand tonight after his detention. Investigate Umbridge's methods. Protect your students, Headmaster. Or I will. She turned to leave, then paused at the door, looking back over her shoulder. My family has a saying, death is just the beginning. I wonder if Tom Riddle discovered that truth when he fractured his soul. Without waiting for a response, she left, closing the door quietly behind her. In the empty office, Dumbledore remained motionless for several long minutes, his expression troubled. Finally, he turned to the Phoenix. "What do you make of her, Fawkes?" The magnificent bird trilled a complex series of notes that sounded almost like laughter. "Yes," Dumbledore sighed. "I rather thought you might say that." Word of Wednesday's confrontation with Umbridge spread through Hogwarts like fiendfire. By lunchtime, every student seemed to have heard some version of the story, each telling more dramatic than the last. The Ravenclaw table was abuzz with speculation, though a wide empty space remained around Wednesday herself, who sat calmly eating a plate of nearly raw meat while reading an ancient-looking book bound in what appeared to be human skin. At the Gryffindor table, Ron was recounting the defense against the dark arts class to those who hadn't been present. And then she just flat out accused Umbridge of torture. Called the blood quill by name and everything. I thought the old toad was going to explode. "Is it true she's declared war on Dumbledore?" Ginny asked, glancing toward the Ravenclaw table. Right in the middle of breakfast, Ron confirmed. "You should have seen Dumbledore's face. For a second there, I thought he might actually be worried." "That's ridiculous," Hermione said, though she didn't sound entirely convinced. "Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of our time. What could one fifth-year student possibly do to worry him?" "I dunno," Ron said, lowering his voice. "There's something off about her. The way she talks about death and torture like they're perfectly normal. Did you know she claims her family has 3 blood quills in their vault? Along with other torture devices?" "She's obviously just trying to get attention," Hermione said dismissively, but her eyes drifted to the Ravenclaw table with an expression that was equal parts concern and curiosity. Harry, who had been pushing food around his plate without eating, suddenly looked up. "She told me not to clean my hand after detention tonight. Said blood makes good evidence." "Evidence?" Hermione repeated sharply. "Harry, what exactly is she planning?" "No idea," Harry muttered. "But I get the feeling she doesn't make empty threats." Across the hall, Wednesday closed her book and stood up. As she made her way toward the exit, conversations dimmed, heads turned to watch her progress. She moved with the same deliberate grace she'd shown since arriving, seemingly oblivious to the attention she was attracting. As she passed the Gryffindor table, she paused briefly beside Harry. 7 o'clock, she said, her voice carrying in the sudden quiet. "Bring extra parchment. The bleeding tends to increase after the 3rd hour." Then she was gone, leaving behind a ripple of shocked whispers. "Extra parchment?" Ron repeated weakly. "Bleeding?" Harry's hand clenched reflexively, the scars spelling, "I must not tell lies," standing out white against his skin. "I'm going to the library," Hermione announced suddenly, gathering her books. "I need to research something." "Blood quills?" Harry guessed. Hermione nodded grimly. "And the Addams family. Something tells me there's more to our new classmate than we realize." 7 o'clock arrived all too quickly. Harry made his way to Umbridge's office, a sense of dread growing with each step. The back of his hand was already tender from previous detentions, the words, "I must not tell lies," clearly visible against his skin. When he reached Umbridge's door, he found Wednesday Addams already waiting outside, her expression as impassive as ever. "You're punctual," she observed. "Unusual for a Gryffindor." "I don't need any more trouble with Umbridge," Harry replied tersely. Wednesday studied him for a moment. "You're angry with me." It wasn't a question, but Harry answered anyway. "You're making things worse. Challenging Umbridge directly, declaring war on Dumbledore, do you have any idea what's really going on here?" "More than you might think," Wednesday replied. "Voldemort has returned. The Ministry denies it. Dumbledore is gathering allies but keeping you in the dark. Meanwhile, you're being tortured for telling the truth, and no one is doing anything effective to stop it." Harry stared at her, startled by the succinct assessment. Before he could respond, the door to Umbridge's office opened. "Ah, right on time," Umbridge said, her girlish voice at odds with the malicious gleam in her bulging eyes. "Come in, come in." They entered the office, which was exactly as Harry remembered it, sickeningly pink, with ornamental plates featuring kittens adorning the walls. 2 small tables had been set up, each with a piece of parchment waiting. "You know what to do, Mr. Potter," Umbridge said sweetly. "And Miss Addams, you'll be writing 'I must respect authority.'" "Fascinating choice," Wednesday commented, taking her seat. "My mother always said respect is earned, not demanded. Usually while holding an axe." Umbridge's smile tightened. "You'll find the quills on your desks. Begin now, please." Harry picked up the black quill reluctantly, already feeling the phantom pain in his hand. Beside him, Wednesday examined her quill with academic interest, turning it over to inspect the unnaturally sharp point. 15th century craftsmanship, she noted. The enchantment is tied to the user's blood type. O-negative produces the deepest cuts. "No talking during detention," Umbridge snapped, though she looked momentarily disconcerted. "Begin writing, both of you." Harry pressed the quill to the parchment and began to write, "I must not tell lies." The familiar searing pain cut across the back of his hand as the words appeared in shining red ink. Beside him, Wednesday began writing as well, her strokes precise and unhurried. Unlike Harry, she showed no reaction to the pain as the words etched themselves into her skin. In fact, she seemed to be studying the process with detached curiosity, occasionally pausing to examine the cuts on her hand before continuing. After about 15 minutes, Umbridge stood up from her desk and walked over to check their progress. She nodded approvingly at Harry's parchment, now covered in lines of red writing, then moved to Wednesday's table. Her satisfied expression faltered. "What is this?" she demanded. Wednesday looked up calmly. "I'm writing 'I must respect authority,' as instructed." "This is not what I instructed," Umbridge said, her voice rising. This is. Harry craned his neck to see Wednesday's parchment. Instead of the assigned line, she had been writing in an elaborate, almost runic script. The red letters seemed to shimmer on the page, forming complex patterns that made Harry's eyes hurt if he looked at them too long. "It's an ancient Addams family dialect," Wednesday explained. "The phrase translates roughly to 'I must respect authority,' with some additional nuances about the nature of power and consequences. You will write in plain English." Umbridge's face had turned an ugly shade of puce. "And you will write exactly what I told you to write." "Language is subjective, Professor," Wednesday replied. "As is respect." She glanced down at her hand, where the strange symbols had carved themselves into her flesh. Unlike Harry's wounds, which were red and inflamed, Wednesday's cuts were perfectly neat, almost surgical in their precision. "I think we need to try a different approach with you, Miss Addams," Umbridge said, her voice dangerously soft now. She drew her wand. "Perhaps a lesson in proper respect requires more direct instruction." Harry tensed, his own detention forgotten. "Professor, you can't." "Silence, Potter." Umbridge snapped. "Continue your lines. Miss Addams and I are going to have a private conversation in the adjoining room." "How interesting," Wednesday said, setting down her quill and rising from her seat. "I enjoy private conversations. Especially ones that involve threats and wands." "This is not a game, young lady," Umbridge said, gesturing sharply toward a door at the back of the office. "I never play games, Professor," Wednesday replied. "Except occasionally wake the dead, but that requires a full moon and fresh grave dirt." Harry watched helplessly as Wednesday followed Umbridge into the adjoining room. The door closed behind them with a definitive click. For several long minutes, Harry sat frozen, unsure what to do. The blood quill lay forgotten on his desk as he strained to hear any sound from the other room. There was nothing, no voices, no movement, nothing to indicate what might be happening. Then, suddenly, a high-pitched scream shattered the silence, Umbridge's scream, filled with pure terror. It cut off as abruptly as it had begun, followed by a heavy thud. Harry leapt to his feet, drawing his wand. He rushed to the door and flung it open. The scene inside froze him in place. Umbridge was pressed against the far wall, her eyes wide and bulging even more than usual, her face drained of all color. Wednesday stood in the center of the room, perfectly composed, holding what appeared to be a small, ornate dagger. "What happened?" Harry demanded, his wand moving between them. "What did you do?" "Nothing requiring magical intervention," Wednesday replied calmly, tucking the dagger back into her sleeve. "Professor Umbridge and I were discussing family traditions. I was showing her my grandmother's favorite letter opener." She turned to Umbridge. "It's made from the thigh bone of Cousin Crimp. He donated it willingly. After death, of course." Umbridge made a strangled sound, her eyes fixed on Wednesday's sleeve where the dagger had disappeared. You threatened me," she finally managed to gasp. "With a weapon." "I shared a family heirloom," Wednesday corrected. "Your reaction is your own responsibility." Harry lowered his wand slightly, confusion evident on his face. "She didn't attack you?" "Of course not, Potter," Umbridge snapped, some of her composure returning as she smoothed her pink cardigan with shaking hands. As if a student would dare to physically assault a ministry official. "The very idea is preposterous." Wednesday turned to Harry. Professor Umbridge was explaining her educational philosophy. "I was explaining mine. We've reached an understanding." "An understanding?" Harry repeated skeptically. "Indeed," Wednesday said. She held up her hand, where the strange symbols were now joined by a new phrase in plain English: "Authority fears what it cannot control." "Both of you, get out." Umbridge shrieked suddenly. "Detention is over for tonight. Go." Harry didn't need to be told twice. He quickly gathered his things and backed out of the office, Wednesday following at a more measured pace. It wasn't until they were several corridors away that Harry stopped and turned to face her. "What really happened in there?" he demanded. Wednesday regarded him with her usual expressionless stare. "I showed Professor Umbridge something she fears more than she desires control." "And what's that?" "Someone who welcomes pain," Wednesday replied. "Pain is leverage only against those who fear it. My family has a different relationship with suffering." Harry shook his head, trying to make sense of her cryptic explanation. "So you, scared her by acting like you enjoyed the blood quill?" "I showed her my family album," Wednesday said, producing a small, leather-bound book from inside her robes. "Specifically, the pages documenting our traditional coming-of-age ceremony. It involves voluntary impalement." Harry blanched. "You're joking." "I told you before, I never joke about torture," Wednesday replied. "Pain is an art form in my family. Umbridge is a crude practitioner at best." She reached for Harry's injured hand, examining the raw, bleeding words etched into his skin. "You didn't clean it." "Good. You said blood makes good evidence," Harry reminded her. Wednesday nodded. "It does. Especially when it carries magical signatures." She produced a small vial from her pocket. "May I?" After a moment's hesitation, Harry nodded. Wednesday carefully collected several drops of blood from his hand, sealing the vial with a black stopper. "What are you going to do with that?" Harry asked. "Create consequences," Wednesday replied simply. "The war has only just begun." As they parted ways at the staircase, Harry heading up to Gryffindor Tower, Wednesday down toward Ravenclaw, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that Hogwarts had just become a battlefield, and Wednesday Addams was a far more formidable opponent than anyone, even Dumbledore, had anticipated. By the following morning, something had changed. Harry noticed it the moment he entered the Great Hall for breakfast. The usual buzz of conversation was muted, replaced by hushed whispers and darting glances toward the staff table. There, Umbridge sat with a fixed smile that looked more like a grimace, her face even paler than usual beneath a liberal application of rouge. "What's going on?" Harry asked as he slid into his seat beside Ron and Hermione. "No idea," Ron replied, his mouth already full of toast. "But Umbridge looks like she's seen a ghost. A really scary ghost, not one of ours." Hermione was watching the staff table with narrowed eyes. "Something happened after your detention last night." "Umbridge was fine when I saw her on patrol around 9 o'clock, but this morning." Harry glanced toward the Ravenclaw table, where Wednesday sat in her usual isolated spot, methodically dissecting a blood-rare steak. As if sensing his gaze, she looked up, meeting his eyes across the hall. She gave him a single, almost imperceptible nod. "I think it has something to do with Wednesday," Harry said quietly. "What happened during your detention?" Hermione asked. Before Harry could answer, the morning post arrived in a flurry of owls. A large barn owl swooped down to the staff table, dropping a thick envelope in front of Dumbledore. The headmaster opened it with apparent calm, but as he read the contents, his expression grew increasingly grave. At the same moment, identical envelopes landed in front of Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and, most notably, Dolores Umbridge. The Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher stared at her envelope as if it might contain bubotuber pus, making no move to touch it. "Those look like official ministry seals," Hermione observed, her voice hushed. "But why would they all receive the same correspondence?" Dumbledore had finished reading his letter. He rose to his feet, his face solemn, and addressed the great hall. "Students, please continue with your breakfast. Heads of houses and Professor Umbridge, I would appreciate it if you would join me in my office immediately." As the named teachers rose from their seats, Umbridge knocked over her teacup, pink liquid spilling across the tablecloth. She seemed almost frozen until Professor McGonagall said something to her in a low voice, finally prompting her to stand on shaky legs. The moment they left the hall, conversation exploded, everyone speculating about what had just happened. "It has to be something serious," Hermione said. "Did you see Dumbledore's face?" And Umbridge looked absolutely terrified. "Good," Harry said grimly, rubbing the back of his hand where, "I must not tell lies," was still clearly visible. "Whatever it is, she deserves it." Movement caught his eye as Wednesday Addams rose from the Ravenclaw table and headed for the exit. As she passed the Gryffindor table, she paused briefly beside Harry. "The Board of Governors has received evidence of illegal punishment methods," she said quietly. "Blood carries memory. Especially magical blood." Harry stared at her. "You sent my blood to the Board of Governors?" "Among others," Wednesday confirmed. "The Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the Daily Prophet, and St. Mungo's Hospital also received samples. With appropriate documentation." "How did you manage all that overnight?" Hermione asked, looking both impressed and alarmed. "My family has connections in unusual places," Wednesday replied. "Death, taxes, and the Addams family are the only constants across wizarding cultures." Before any of them could respond, there was a commotion at the entrance to the Great Hall. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic himself, had arrived, flanked by two stern-looking witches in official robes. My, Wednesday observed. "The Minister himself. How prompt. Did you know he would come?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I counted on it," Wednesday replied. "Politicians are predictable when their power is threatened. Blood quills are illegal. Their use on minors carries a minimum sentence of 5 years in Azkaban. The minister can either address the situation or become complicit in it." Fudge was already striding toward Dumbledore's office, his face flushed with what could have been anger or embarrassment, or both. "They'll try to cover it up," Harry said bitterly. "Fudge won't want to admit his appointee was torturing students." "Perhaps," Wednesday conceded. "But cover-ups require conspiracy. And conspiracy requires trust." A ghost of a smile touched her lips. "No one in that room trusts anyone else right now." She turned to leave, then paused, looking back at Harry. This is just the opening move. Umbridge is a pawn. Dumbledore is the real target. As she walked away, Hermione turned to Harry with wide eyes. Harry, what exactly have you gotten involved in? Harry watched Wednesday's retreating figure, the dark braids swinging slightly with each deliberate step. I'm not sure, he admitted. But for the first time since summer, someone's actually doing something about Umbridge. And I can't say I'm sorry about that. Ron nodded vigorously. Bloody brilliant, if you ask me. Did you see Umbridge's face? Looked like she was about to faint. It's more than just Umbridge, though, Hermione said thoughtfully. Wednesday declared war on Dumbledore, remember? This might be about Umbridge, but it's also about undermining Dumbledore's authority. Showing that he allowed this to happen under his watch. Harry felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought. Despite his frustration with Dumbledore's distance this year, the idea of someone actively working against the headmaster still felt wrong somehow. And yet. He looked down at his scarred hand, the words carved into his flesh by Umbridge's cruel quill. Dumbledore had done nothing to stop it. Had he even known? And if he hadn't, wasn't that almost worse? Maybe Dumbledore needs someone to call him out, Harry said finally. Maybe we all do. Hermione didn't look convinced, but she didn't argue either. Instead, she glanced toward the doors where Fudge had disappeared moments before. Something tells me this is going to be a very interesting day. She had no idea just how right she was. Chapter 2, Resistance and Recruitment. The corridors buzzed with whispers as Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way to Transfiguration. Students huddled in corners, conversations cutting off abruptly whenever professors passed by. One phrase echoed throughout, blood quill. Did you hear? Umbridge used an illegal torture device, ministry officials arrived at dawn, someone sent them actual blood evidence, the new girl somehow, Hermione nudged Harry as they passed a cluster of wide-eyed second years. You're practically famous all over again. But this time for something good. It wasn't me, Harry said. It was Wednesday. Still, it's your hand, mate, Ron pointed out. Your blood that got Umbridge in trouble. Harry rubbed the back of his hand absently. The words were still visible, but they'd stopped throbbing for the first time in weeks. Wonder what's happening with Umbridge now. They got their answer the moment they entered the Transfiguration classroom. Professor McGonagall stood at the front, her lips pressed into the thinnest of lines, her posture even more rigid than usual. Settle down, she said, though the class had fallen silent the moment they'd seen her expression. Due to certain circumstances. Professor Umbridge will not be teaching classes today. You will instead report to the Great Hall for a supervised study period during your scheduled defense against the dark arts lessons. A ripple of excitement passed through the room. Is she sacked? Seamus blurted out. McGonagall's nostrils flared. Professor Umbridge is currently engaged in discussions with the headmaster and certain ministry officials regarding educational methods. That is all I am at liberty to say on the matter. She fixed the class with a stern look. Now, kindly open your textbooks to page 94. Today we will be continuing our work on vanishing spells. As they practiced vanishing snails, Harry noticed McGonagall watching him with an odd expression. When class ended, she called out, "Potter, a moment, if you please." Harry approached her desk as the others filed out. Ron and Hermione lingered by the door. "Your hand, Potter," McGonagall said once they were alone. Harry hesitated, then extended his right hand. McGonagall examined the scarred words with a tightening jaw. "How long has this been going on?" "Since the first detention, Professor." "About 3 weeks now." McGonagall's eyes flashed. "And you didn't think to inform me or another staff member?" Harry faltered. "I thought you knew. Or that Dumbledore knew." "Clearly not," McGonagall said, a hint of bitterness in her tone. "It seems we have all failed in our duty of care." She released his hand. The school healer will see you during lunch to apply essence of murtlap. It won't remove the scarring completely, but it should help. Harry nodded. Professor, what's going to happen to Umbridge? McGonagall's expression became carefully neutral. That remains to be seen. The use of a blood quill on a minor is a serious offense. However, given the current, political climate, I would not expect justice to be straightforward. And Wednesday Addams? Is she in trouble for reporting it? Miss Addams, McGonagall said with a hint of reluctant admiration, appears to have navigated the situation with surprising political acumen for a 15-year-old. The evidence was submitted through proper channels, with multiple witnesses and documentation. Even the minister is finding it difficult to dismiss. She paused, studying Harry. Miss Addams has made her position on Hogwarts leadership quite clear. I would advise caution in your associations, Potter. You think she's dangerous? Harry asked. I think, McGonagall said carefully, that anyone who declares war on Albus Dumbledore within 24 hours of arriving at Hogwarts is either remarkably foolish or remarkably dangerous. Miss Addams does not strike me as foolish. With that cryptic assessment, she dismissed him. Ron and Hermione pounced the moment he joined them in the corridor. What did she say? Is Umbridge being sacked? Are you in trouble? Harry summarized the conversation as they headed toward Charms. McGonagall almost sounded impressed with Wednesday, he finished. Well, she did accomplish more against Umbridge in one day than the entire staff has in weeks, Hermione pointed out. Though I still can't believe she sent your blood to the ministry. That's, well, it's both brilliant and slightly disturbing. Speaking of disturbing, Ron said, there she is. Wednesday Addams stood at the intersection of two corridors, deep in conversation with Luna Lovegood and, surprisingly, Neville Longbottom. Luna was smiling dreamily while Neville looked equal parts terrified and fascinated. As they approached, they caught snippets of the conversation. Natural resistance to most common poisons, Wednesday was saying. My brother and I built up immunity through gradual exposure. By age 7, I could drink wolfsbane tea with breakfast. That's amazing. Luna exclaimed. My father says controlled toxin exposure opens the third eye to Raxpert vibrations. Your father is more perceptive than most, Wednesday replied. Her eyes shifted to Harry as he approached. Potter. Your hand needs treatment. McGonagall's sending me to Madame Pomfrey at lunch, Harry said. Wednesday shook her head. Essence of murtlap will provide temporary relief, but the scars are curse-based. They require a more specialized approach. What kind of specialized approach? Hermione asked suspiciously. Family remedies, Wednesday replied. I've old home for supplies. They should arrive tomorrow. Neville swallowed audibly. Are these remedies dangerous? All effective remedies carry risk, Longbottom. The question is whether the outcome justifies that risk. Wednesday's eyes returned to Harry. My great-aunt removed an unwanted facial feature with a potion that temporarily liquefied her bones. She considered it a worthwhile exchange. Ron looked horrified. You're not liquefying Harry's bones. Of course not. That would be excessive for simple scarring. Wednesday turned to Neville. You mentioned your interest in herbology. The Addams greenhouse contains several species thought to be extinct. I could arrange for cuttings. Neville's fear visibly battled with botanical enthusiasm. Like what species? Mordant nightshade. Corpse bloom. Hangman's root. Plants that thrive on suffering. Wednesday almost smiled. They make excellent additions to any collection. Hard to kill, too. My great-uncle tried beheading the hangman's root once. It strangled him in his sleep. Neville blanched but nodded eagerly. That would be amazing. Terrifying, but amazing. The warning bell rang, signaling 5 minutes until their next class. We should continue this discussion, Wednesday said. Meet me in the library after dinner. All of you. Her gaze swept over Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Luna. Hogwarts has a systemic problem. Individual solutions won't suffice. With that, she turned and walked away, her black dress billowing slightly despite the absence of any breeze. Blimey, Ron breathed once she was out of earshot. Did she just invite us to form some kind of resistance group? I believe she did, Luna said happily. How exciting. I've never been part of a revolution before. Harry frowned. We already have the DA. Why start something new? Perhaps because your group operates in secret, Luna suggested, while Wednesday seems to prefer direct confrontation. Either way, Hermione said, I think we should hear what she has to say. After what happened with Umbridge, well, she clearly gets results. Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but he nodded anyway. After years of fighting Voldemort with minimal adult support, the idea of someone actually taking effective action against injustice at Hogwarts was too appealing to dismiss. Even if that someone did talk about poisoning and torture like they were perfectly normal hobbies. Wednesday's next detention with Umbridge never materialized. The defense against the dark arts professor remained conspicuously absent from meals, and the supervised study periods in the Great Hall continued for 3 days straight. Rumors flew through the castle. Umbridge had been suspended, she was under investigation, she'd been called to London to explain herself to the minister. On the 4th day, as Harry entered the Great Hall for breakfast, he spotted a now familiar figure surrounded by a murder of crows at the Ravenclaw table. The large black birds crowded around Wednesday Addams, depositing packages wrapped in what looked like funeral shrouds before taking pieces of raw meat directly from her hand. That can't be sanitary, Hermione muttered as they took their seats. Since when does Hogwarts allow crows for post? Ron wondered. They're ravens, not crows, Luna corrected, appearing suddenly behind them. Larger wingspan, different tail shape. The Addams family has bred them for centuries. They're said to be able to find anyone, anywhere, even the dead. Harry watched as Wednesday opened one of the packages, revealing what appeared to be a silver knife with a bone handle. She tested its edge with her thumb, nodded in satisfaction, then slipped it into her sleeve. Did she just? Ron began. Receive a knife in the mail and hide it on her person? Yes, Hermione confirmed. Though I'm sure she'll claim it's a family heirloom if questioned. Luna nodded enthusiastically. The Addams believe that every family member should carry at least 3 sharp objects at all times. It's tradition. Harry was about to ask how Luna knew so much about the Addams family when Dumbledore rose from his seat at the staff table, raising his hands for silence. The hall gradually quieted. Good morning, the headmaster began, his voice carrying easily across the vast room. I have several announcements regarding staffing changes. First, I am pleased to inform you that Professor Umbridge has been temporarily recalled to the Ministry for consultations regarding educational policy. A wave of excited whispers swept the hall. Dumbledore waited for them to subside before continuing. In her absence, I will personally be overseeing defense against the dark arts classes, assisted by professors with relevant expertise during periods when I must attend to other duties. The whispers turned to cheers, particularly from the Gryffindor table. Dumbledore raised his hands again. Additionally, the Board of Governors has appointed an independent educational observer to assess all aspects of student safety at Hogwarts. Madam Artemisia Blackwood will be arriving next week and may attend your classes or speak with you individually. I expect you all to cooperate fully with her inquiries. At the Ravenclaw table, Wednesday had gone completely still, her dark eyes fixed on Dumbledore with laser focus. Finally, Dumbledore concluded, a reminder that all educational decrees issued by Professor Umbridge remain in effect until formally rescinded by the Ministry. That is all. Enjoy your breakfast. As Dumbledore sat down, the hall erupted in excited chatter. Umbridge gone. Ron said gleefully. And Dumbledore teaching defense. This is brilliant. It's definitely an improvement, Hermione agreed, though I'm curious about this independent observer. The board doesn't usually intervene so directly in Hogwarts affairs. Someone's forcing their hand, Harry said, his eyes finding Wednesday again. The ravens had departed, and she was now writing in a black leather notebook, her quill moving in quick, precise strokes. I think our new friend is playing a longer game than just getting rid of Umbridge. She did declare war on Dumbledore, Hermione pointed out. And now, conveniently, there's going to be an independent investigation into student safety, which, if we're honest, doesn't have a great record under his leadership. You're not saying you agree with her? Ron asked incredulously. Hermione hesitated. I'm saying she has a point. Think about it. In first year, a possessed teacher almost killed Harry. In second year, a basilisk petrified multiple students. Third year, Dementors nearly sucked out Harry's soul. Fourth year, a student died. And this year, a teacher was physically torturing students. She lowered her voice. None of us reported the blood quill because we assumed Dumbledore either knew or couldn't do anything about it. What does that say about our faith in the school's leadership? Harry felt a twinge of discomfort. Put like that, Hogwarts' safety record did sound abysmal. And he couldn't deny that Wednesday's direct approach had achieved more against Umbridge in one day than all their suffering in silence had accomplished in weeks. We should still be careful, he said finally. Wednesday might have helped with Umbridge, but we don't know what she really wants. I suppose we'll find out tonight, Hermione said. At the library meeting. The library was unusually crowded that evening. News of Wednesday's invitation had spread, transforming what Harry had assumed would be a small gathering into something resembling a clandestine political rally. Students from all houses except Slytherin clustered around tables in the reference section, pretending to study while casting frequent glances toward the entrance. This is getting out of hand, Harry muttered as he, Ron, and Hermione squeezed into seats at a table already occupied by Neville, Ginny, and several Hufflepuffs including Hannah Abbott and Justin Finch-Fletchley. Everyone's curious, Ginny said. After what happened with Umbridge, Wednesday's practically a legend. She's been here less than a week. Quality over quantity, mate, Ron pointed out. 1 week of Wednesday Addams has been more eventful than most people's entire Hogwarts career. At precisely 7 o'clock, the library doors swung open. Wednesday entered, flanked by Luna and, surprisingly, Padma Patil. She carried a stack of ancient-looking books and a small wooden box under one arm. Unlike her usual black dress, tonight she wore what appeared to be a vintage Ravenclaw uniform, though she'd somehow managed to make even that look morbidly elegant. Without acknowledging the many eyes following her, Wednesday proceeded to a table at the far end of the reference section, setting down her materials with deliberate care. Luna arranged 7 black candles in a circular pattern while Padma nervously distributed parchment to nearby tables. After a moment's hesitation, students began drifting toward Wednesday's position, arranging themselves around the surrounding tables. Harry, Ron, and Hermione joined the migration, ending up at a table directly adjacent to Wednesday's. When approximately 30 students had gathered, Wednesday finally looked up from her books. Hogwarts has failed you, she began without preamble. The institution tasked with your education and safety has repeatedly endangered your lives, censored your speech, and allowed torture within its walls. This pattern transcends individual threats or teachers. It is systemic. A heavy silence followed this pronouncement. Even Madame Pants, the librarian, seemed too transfixed to shush them. The removal of Umbridge is merely the first step, Wednesday continued. A diagnostic, if you will. It confirmed that neither the Ministry nor Hogwarts leadership will act to protect students unless forced by external pressure. But Dumbledore's teaching defense now, Ernie Macmillan pointed out. And there's going to be an investigation into student safety. Reactive measures, Wednesday replied dismissively. Taken only after exposure and public pressure. Had the evidence of the blood quill remained within these walls, the torture would have continued. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathered students. What exactly are you proposing? Hermione asked. Another student organization. Because technically, all groups need approval after Educational Decree number 24. I'm not proposing an organization, Wednesday said. I'm proposing a resistance. Not against specific individuals, but against the systemic failures that endanger you all. She opened the wooden box, removing what appeared to be a small silver dagger and a black stone bowl. Which begins with protection that doesn't rely on institutional approval. Several students shifted uncomfortably. Terry Boot raised his hand. What kind of protection are we talking about here? Wednesday picked up the dagger, examining its edge. Traditional magic. Older than Hogwarts. Older than wands. Her eyes scanned the gathered faces. Magic that doesn't require ministerial approval or headmaster's permission. Magic that protects the individual rather than serving institutional interests. Blood magic, Hermione breathed, her eyes fixed on the dagger. That's what you're suggesting, isn't it? Among other traditions, Wednesday confirmed. My family has preserved magical practices that Wizarding Britain has largely abandoned. Some deemed too dangerous. Others too democratic. Democratic? Justin Finch Fletchley repeated skeptically. Magic that can be performed without extensive training or innate power, Wednesday clarified. Protection that works regardless of magical ability or purity of blood. The Ministry has systematically suppressed such practices for centuries. Harry felt a jolt of interest despite his reservations. Is that why you collected my blood after detention? For some kind of protection spell? Partially, Wednesday admitted. Blood carries memory and intent. The blood drawn against your will through the quill retained the magical signature of the compulsion. It provided evidence that couldn't be dismissed as mere accusation. She picked up one of the ancient books, opening it to a marked page. But blood freely given can accomplish much more. Protection. Connection. Resistance that can't be detected or countered through conventional means. That sounds an awful lot like dark arts, Zacharias Smith said loudly from the back of the group. Wednesday fixed him with an unblinking stare. Light. Dark. Ministry classifications designed to control access to power. My family has never recognized such artificial distinctions. Magic is intent made manifest. Nothing more, nothing less. She turned a page in the book. The question isn't whether magic is dark or light, but whether it serves your needs or someone else's agenda. And your agenda? Harry challenged, meeting her eyes directly. You declared war on Dumbledore your first day here. Why should we trust your intentions any more than the Ministry's? A flicker of what might have been approval crossed Wednesday's face. You shouldn't. Trust should be earned, not granted. She set down the dagger. My agenda is simple: expose systemic failures, establish alternative protections, and create accountability for those in power. And what do you get out of it? Hermione pressed. Family obligation, Wednesday replied. The Addams have opposed institutional suppression of magical knowledge for generations. My presence at Hogwarts continues that tradition. She looked around at the gathered students. I'm not asking for followers or creating a formal organization that could be banned. I'm offering knowledge and methods. Use them or don't. The choice remains yours. Luna began lighting the black candles, which emitted a strange bluish flame. Wednesday's been teaching me the most fascinating protection rituals, she said dreamily. Much more effective than Nargle amulets. I haven't had a single nightmare since we performed the midnight binding. Several students looked alarmed at this endorsement. Nothing invasive, Wednesday assured them, correctly reading their concern. A simple ritual using moonlight, intent, and a personal item to create a protective barrier around the sleeping mind. That actually sounds helpful, Neville said hesitantly. I get nightmares pretty often. I can teach you the ritual tonight, Wednesday offered. It requires minimal ingredients and no advanced magical ability. Encouraged by this relatively benign starting point, more students began asking questions. What other protections could she teach? Would they work against hexes in the corridors? Could they prevent eavesdropping on private conversations? With each question, the initial wariness seemed to fade. Even Harry found himself leaning forward with reluctant interest as Wednesday described a method for creating a simple charm that would warn the wearer of harmful intent directed their way. The foundation of all resistance, she explained, is knowledge and preparation. Hogwarts teaches standardized magic approved by ministry curriculum. I'm offering alternatives developed and preserved by families who prioritized survival over conformity. Like your family, Ginny observed. Like many families, Wednesday corrected. Before the International Statute of Secrecy, magical communities worldwide shared knowledge freely. The standardization of magical education is a relatively recent development, and a primarily European one. She turned to Harry. You asked what I gain. The answer is alliance. My family believes in reciprocity. We share knowledge, we receive support when needed. The specific form that support might take remains to be seen. Harry wasn't entirely satisfied with this answer, but before he could press further, Hermione spoke up. I've been researching the Addams family, she said. There's surprisingly little in the Hogwarts library, but I did find references in Unorthodox Magical Lineages of the Americas and Blood Pacts and Family Magic, Historical Survey. Wednesday raised an eyebrow, apparently impressed. Thorough research. And what did you discover? That the Addams have maintained an unbroken magical lineage for at least 12 generations, Hermione said. That they've consistently opposed magical registration and regulation across multiple countries. And that they've been involved in at least 17 documented cases of preserving magical knowledge that governing bodies attempted to suppress. She paused. I also found a footnote suggesting that Headmistress Eupraxia Mole banned all Addams family members from Hogwarts in 1876 following an unauthorized resurrection ritual, conducted by Ophelia Addams, who was then a seventh-year student. A murmur rippled through the gathered students. Wednesday's lips curved in what might have been a smile. Great-great-grand-aunt Ophelia, she confirmed. The ritual was successful, by the way. The professor lived another 60 years, though he did develop an unfortunate aversion to sunlight and a tendency to sleepwalk into open graves. So how are you here now? Harry asked. If your family was banned? The ban specified Addams family members, Wednesday explained. Technically, I'm currently registered under my mother's maiden name for administrative purposes. A small legal loophole. That's just semantics. Zacharias Smith protested. Most rules are, Wednesday replied calmly. Those who create them rely on semantic precision to maintain power. Those who resist them use the same precision to create alternatives. She picked up the dagger again, running her thumb along the flat of the blade. Which brings us back to the matter at hand. I've prepared instructions for 3 basic protective practices that require no special ingredients beyond what's available in the student cupboard or grounds. They don't violate school rules, as they're technically not spells but rituals predating modern magical classification. Padma began distributing small folded papers to the surrounding tables. These protections are yours to use or ignore, Wednesday continued. If you find them valuable, there are others I can share. If not. She shrugged slightly. At minimum, you now have alternatives to consider. Harry unfolded the paper that reached him. Inside was a meticulously detailed set of instructions for something called the Watcher's Ward, which appeared to be a method for enchanting an ordinary object to alert the owner to nearby danger. The ingredients were simple: moonlight, a personal object worn regularly, and a few drops of freely given blood. The other 2 rituals described on separate pages were similarly straightforward but ingenious, one for creating a temporary safe space where conversation couldn't be overheard, another for ensuring dreamless sleep without potions. Despite his skepticism, Harry found himself impressed by the elegant simplicity of the instructions. Unlike most magic taught at Hogwarts, these rituals didn't seem to require special talent or power, just precise intention and basic ingredients. "Why isn't this kind of magic taught at Hogwarts?" he asked, looking up from the paper. "It seems useful." "Because it doesn't require institutional approval," Wednesday replied. "It can't be regulated, tracked, or prohibited effectively. And it works equally well for any magical being, regardless of age, training, or bloodline." She glanced toward the restricted section of the library. Most books containing such practices have been systematically removed from educational settings over the past 3 centuries. That's... Hermione seemed to be struggling with this information. "That's rather disturbing, actually." "Indeed," Wednesday agreed. "Institutional control of magical knowledge is perhaps the most effective form of oppression. More subtle than blood quills, but ultimately more damaging." She closed her books and stood up. "Consider what I've shared. Practice if you wish. I'll be in the empty classroom on the 4th floor near the east staircase tomorrow evening for those who want demonstration or guidance. Individually or in small groups only, nothing that could be classified as an organization under Educational Decree 24. With that, she gathered her materials and left, Luna drifting along beside her. The remaining students immediately burst into excited conversation, examining the ritual instructions and debating their implications. "Well?" Ron asked, turning to Harry and Hermione. "What do you think?" Hermione was still studying the instructions with a furrowed brow. "It's fascinating. These rituals incorporate elements I've read about in ancient magical traditions, but with practical modifications that make them accessible without specialized knowledge." She looked up. "And they don't actually break any school rules, which is rather clever. But do we trust her?" Harry pressed. "This whole thing could be some elaborate setup." "For what purpose?" Hermione countered. "She's already achieved more against institutional problems at Hogwarts in 1 week than most people manage in years. And these protections." She tapped the parchment. "They're genuinely useful, especially given our current situation." "What about the DA?" Ron asked in a low voice. "Are we still doing that, or is this replacing it?" Harry frowned, considering the question. "They serve different purposes. The DA is about learning defensive spells, practical magic we should be learning in class. This is something else. Alternative protection. Why not both?" Hermione suggested. "We continue the DA as planned, and whoever's interested can also learn these additional protections. They complement each other, really." Harry nodded slowly, making his decision. "All right. But I want to try these rituals myself first, before recommending them to anyone else. If Wednesday's serious about this being about choice and alternatives, she'll respect that." "Fair enough," Hermione agreed. "Shall we start tonight?" The Watcher's ward seemed straightforward enough. Harry glanced around at the still buzzing crowd of students. Something had shifted in the atmosphere at Hogwarts, a current of possibility, of alternative approaches to problems that had previously seemed insurmountable. Whatever Wednesday Addams' ultimate agenda might be, she had already accomplished something significant. She had shown them that resistance didn't have to be secret or passive. It could be direct, effective, and entirely within their own control. "Yeah," he said finally. "Let's try it tonight." Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room later than usual, having spent hours with Ron and Hermione attempting the Watcher's ward ritual. To his surprise, it had worked on the first try. His old snitch now emitted a faint warmth when someone approached with harmful intent, as proven when they'd asked Peeves to throw water balloons at them from hiding. The common room was nearly empty, just a few seventh-years studying by the fire and, unexpectedly, Neville, who sat in a corner armchair examining what appeared to be a small plant cutting in a glass vial. "Neville? What are you doing up so late?" Neville looked up, his expression a mix of excitement and trepidation. "Wednesday gave me this." He held up the vial. "It's a cutting of mordant nightshade. They were thought to be extinct for over a century. Harry peered at the cutting, which resembled an ordinary plant except for its deep purple stem and the fact that its leaves seemed to be moving slightly, as though breathing. "Is it safe?" he asked dubiously. "Well, no," Neville admitted. "The sap causes temporary paralysis, and the berries are supposedly hallucinogenic. But it's incredibly rare. Professor Sprout is going to be amazed." His enthusiasm dimmed slightly. "Assuming I can keep it alive." Wednesday said it feeds on negative emotions. "I'm supposed to place it near my bed and let it absorb my nightmares." Harry wasn't sure whether to be impressed or disturbed. "She gave you a carnivorous, paralytic, hallucinogenic plant that eats bad dreams." "When you put it like that, it sounds strange," Neville acknowledged. "But it's actually a brilliant symbiotic relationship. The plant feeds on the emotional energy of nightmares, preventing them from affecting the sleeper, while gaining nourishment." He stroked the vial gently. "Wednesday says her family has been cultivating them for generations. They grow all around her house." "That tracks," Harry muttered, imagining a Gothic mansion surrounded by nightmare-eating plants. Neville carefully wrapped the vial in a soft cloth and tucked it into his pocket. "I'm going to try the dreamless sleep ritual tonight, too. Luna says it works brilliantly." "Let me know how it goes," Harry said. "Hermione, Ron, and I tried the Watcher's Ward. It actually worked." Neville's eyes widened. "Really? Just like that?" "Just like that," Harry confirmed. "No wand work, no complex incantations, just intention and a few basic ingredients." He fingered the snitch in his pocket, which had remained cool and inert since they'd finished testing it. "It's different from anything we've learned at Hogwarts." "That's what Wednesday said," Neville nodded. "That there are whole branches of magic that have been systematically excluded from formal education." He hesitated. "Do you think that's true? That the Ministry deliberately keeps certain magic out of the curriculum?" Harry thought about it. "After everything we've seen this year with Umbridge and the Ministry interfering at Hogwarts, yeah, I think it could be true. They definitely want to control what we learn. And what we can do," Neville added quietly. "These rituals Wednesday is teaching, anyone could do them. Even someone like me who struggles with regular spells." The implication hung in the air between them. Magic that worked regardless of innate talent or power would fundamentally change the wizarding world's power dynamics. "Get some sleep," Harry said finally. "And let me know if that plant tries to eat you in the night." Neville laughed nervously. "Wednesday assured me it only consumes emotional energy, not actual brain tissue." He paused. "Though she did mention something about not bleeding near it. Apparently, it gets overexcited by blood." "Brilliant," Harry sighed. "Just what Hogwarts needs, more dangerous flora." As he climbed the stairs to his dormitory, Harry found himself wondering, not for the first time, exactly what kind of family the Addams were, and what Wednesday's true purpose at Hogwarts might be. The next morning brought an unexpected development. As students filed into the Great Hall for breakfast, they were greeted by a notice board displaying a new Educational Decree number 27 by order of the Ministry of Magic. All student societies, teams, groups, and clubs are henceforth permitted to reform with the approval of the High Inquisitor, Professor Dolores Umbridge, or the headmaster. Any student found to be participating in an organization without official approval will face penalties including but not limited to expulsion. The above supersedes Educational Decree number 24. Signed, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic. Beneath this official notice, a handwritten addendum had been added in Dumbledore's flowing script. "In light of recent events, all previously existing student groups are provisionally approved pending formal registration. New groups may apply directly to the headmaster's office. Individual academic study does not require approval." "Albus Dumbledore, headmaster, is this for real?" Ron asked, staring at the notice in disbelief. "Umbridge's ban is lifted?" "Not entirely," Hermione said, reading carefully. "Groups still need approval, but now Dumbledore can grant it directly, not just Umbridge. She tapped the last line of Dumbledore's note. And look at this, individual academic study doesn't require approval. That's directly addressing Wednesday's approach. Speaking of. Harry nodded toward the Ravenclaw table, where Wednesday sat alone as usual, methodically dissecting a blood-rare steak while reading what appeared to be a letter written on black parchment. Should we tell her about the decree? Ron wondered. She'll already know, Harry said. Nothing seems to happen at Hogwarts without Wednesday being 2 steps ahead. As if on cue, the doors to the Great Hall swung open, and Professor Dumbledore entered, followed by a severe-looking witch in formal navy robes. She had steel-gray hair pulled back in a tight bun, wire-rimmed spectacles, and carried a leather portfolio under one arm. Dumbledore proceeded to the staff table while the witch remained standing, surveying the hall with sharp eyes. "Good morning," Dumbledore announced. "I would like to introduce Madame Artemisia Blackwood, the independent educational observer appointed by the Board of Governors. She has arrived earlier than expected and will begin her assessment immediately. Please afford her every courtesy." Madame Blackwood gave a curt nod to the students but said nothing. Her gaze swept across the hall, lingering momentarily on certain students, including, Harry noticed, a longer pause when she reached Wednesday Addams. For her part, Wednesday had set down her letter and was now studying Blackwood with the same intensity she'd shown when examining Harry's blood quill scars. The two locked eyes for a brief moment, and Harry could have sworn he saw Blackwood give an almost imperceptible nod before continuing her survey. "That was odd," Hermione murmured. "Did you see that?" "See what?" Ron asked through a mouthful of toast. "The way Blackwood looked at Wednesday. Almost like recognition." Harry frowned. "You think they know each other?" "I don't know," Hermione said. "But I'm starting to wonder if Wednesday's arrival at Hogwarts and all these subsequent changes are entirely coincidental." "Of course they're not coincidental," Harry replied. "She practically told us she came here with a purpose. The question is whether that purpose is something we should be supporting or opposing." Across the hall, Wednesday had returned to her letter, a hint of satisfaction visible in her otherwise impassive expression. Whatever game was being played, she clearly felt she was winning. Defense against the dark arts class that afternoon was nearly unrecognizable. Gone were the rows of silent, reading students. Instead, the desks had been pushed to the walls, creating a large open space in the center of the room. Dumbledore himself stood waiting as the fifth-year Gryffindors and Ravenclaws filed in. "Good afternoon," he greeted them, his eyes twinkling. "Today we will be returning to practical applications of defensive magic, beginning with shield charms. Please find a partner and spread out around the room." The class broke into excited whispers as they complied. Harry automatically paired with Ron, while Hermione ended up with Neville. To Harry's surprise, he noticed Wednesday standing alone near the back of the room. "Miss Addams," Dumbledore called. "You appear to be without a partner. Perhaps you would be willing to assist me in demonstrating." A hush fell over the classroom. Everyone turned to watch Wednesday, who studied Dumbledore for a moment before nodding and moving to the center of the room. "I understand you received exemplary marks in defensive magic at your previous school," Dumbledore said conversationally. "Would you be comfortable demonstrating a basic shield charm against a minor jinx?" "Certainly, Headmaster," Wednesday replied, her voice carrying clearly in the silent room. "Though my family's defensive techniques sometimes differ from standard curriculum." "Excellent. Different approaches are always educational." Dumbledore smiled benignly. "I shall cast a simple impediment jinx. Please defend yourself as you see fit." Whispers erupted again. The headmaster was going to duel with a transfer student. On her first day in his class. Wednesday took a position opposite Dumbledore, her posture relaxed but alert. Unlike the other students, she didn't immediately draw her wand. Instead, she reached into her sleeve and removed what appeared to be a small black stone, which she held loosely in her left hand. "Ready when you are, Headmaster," she said calmly. Dumbledore raised his wand with fluid grace. Impedimenta. A jet of light shot toward Wednesday. Instead of casting Protego as expected, she flicked the black stone into the path of the spell while simultaneously murmuring something under her breath. The stone intercepted the jinx and seemed to absorb it completely, turning briefly luminous before returning to its original appearance. Fascinating, Dumbledore commented, genuinely intrigued. An absorption focus rather than a deflection shield. May I ask what material you're using? Obsidian from a volcanic eruption that destroyed a wizard settlement in 79 AD, Wednesday replied. My great-grandmother collected it during her honeymoon. Family tradition says it absorbed the dying screams of the residents and retains an affinity for containing magical energy. Several students shuffled nervously at this macabre explanation, but Dumbledore merely nodded with scholarly interest. An excellent demonstration of alternative defensive methods, he said to the class. As Miss Addams has shown, there are many approaches to magical defense beyond the standard shield charm. He turned back to Wednesday. Would you be willing to attempt to block a slightly stronger spell? Of course. This time, Dumbledore cast without verbal warning, sending a more powerful stunning spell directly at Wednesday. Again, she didn't use her wand. Instead, she quickly withdrew a small pouch from her pocket and tossed its contents, what appeared to be ash or powder, into the air between them. When the spell hit this cloud, it dissipated completely, the powder briefly glowing red before settling to the floor. Cremation ash, Wednesday explained before Dumbledore could ask. From a particularly stubborn ancestor who refused to die properly 3 times. It retains a natural resistance to magical force. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. Most unconventional, but undeniably effective. He addressed the class again. You see, students, magical defense need not be limited to wand work alone. Alternative methods can prove equally valuable, particularly when faced with unexpected threats. He clapped his hands. Now, please practice the standard shield charm with your partners. Miss Addams, perhaps you could circulate and offer guidance on your alternative techniques to any interested students. As the class broke into pairs and began practicing, Harry couldn't help noticing that Wednesday's demonstration had created a subtle but definite shift in the room. Students who had previously kept their distance now watched her with fascination rather than fear, several even approaching to ask questions about her defensive methods. Did you see that? Ron whispered as he and Harry began practicing. She blocked Dumbledore's spells without a wand. With cremated human remains and volcanic rock, Harry pointed out. Not exactly standard equipment. Still impressive though, Ron admitted. Wonder what else she's carrying in those pockets. Harry glanced across the room, where Wednesday was now showing Luna how to use what appeared to be a small mirror to redirect minor jinxes. I'm starting to think McGonagall was right, he murmured. Wednesday Addams is either incredibly dangerous or incredibly useful. Possibly both. After dinner that evening, Harry was heading toward the room of requirement for a scheduled DA meeting when Malfoy intercepted him in a 7th-floor corridor. Potter, Malfoy drawled, flanked as usual by Crabbe and Goyle. Out for an evening stroll. Or perhaps heading to some unauthorized gathering. Harry tensed. What do you want, Malfoy? Just passing along a message, Malfoy smirked. Professor Umbridge might be temporarily absent, but her inquisitorial squad remains quite active. We're keeping a special eye on you, St. Potter. The decree changed, Harry pointed out. Student groups can meet with Dumbledore's approval now. And does your little defense club have that approval? Malfoy raised an eyebrow. Formally registered and everything? No. Pity. Harry was about to respond when a cool voice interrupted from the shadows of a nearby alcove. Intimidation works better without an audience, Draco Malfoy. Wednesday Addams stepped into the light, causing all 3 Slytherins to take an instinctive step back. This doesn't concern you, Addams, Malfoy said, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. Systemic intimidation concerns everyone, Wednesday replied, moving to stand beside Harry. Especially when employed by self-appointed enforcers with dubious authority. She tilted her head slightly. The Inquisitorial Squad exists at the pleasure of Professor Umbridge, who is currently under investigation for torturing students. An interesting alliance to maintain, given the circumstances. Malfoy's pale face flushed. My father serves a master who failed to kill an infant, Wednesday completed flatly. Hardly an impressive credential. Crabbe and Goyle stepped forward menacingly, but Wednesday merely reached into her pocket and withdrew a small vial of what appeared to be writhing black particles. Do you know what happens when lethifold scales contact human skin? She asked conversationally. They burrow. Not deep enough to kill, at least not immediately, but certainly deep enough to cause excruciating pain for several weeks. She gave the vial a gentle shake. My uncle collects them. He finds their feeding habits inspirational. Crabbe and Goyle immediately backed up. Even Malfoy looked uncertain now. You're bluffing, he said, but without conviction. Lethifold scales are Class A non-tradable materials. My family has never been particularly concerned with trade classifications, Wednesday replied. Or legal boundaries in general. She took a deliberate step forward. The Addams have a saying, passed down through generations, we gladly feast on those who would subdue us. Historical records suggest it wasn't always metaphorical. The three Slytherins exchanged glances, their bravado visibly crumbling. This isn't over, Potter, Malfoy muttered, already backing away. Or you, Addams. Few things ever truly end, Draco Malfoy, Wednesday replied. That's what makes existence so wonderfully morbid. Once the Slytherins had retreated, Harry turned to Wednesday. Thanks, but I could have handled them. Undoubtedly, she agreed. But efficiency matters. Their retreat serves both our interests. Harry studied her. Were you following me, or was that just coincidence? Neither. I was waiting for you. Wednesday tucked the vial back into her pocket. The 7th floor corridor is an obvious route to your meeting location. Harry tensed again. What meeting? The one you've been conducting in the come and go room. Or as the house elves call it, the room of requirement. Wednesday's expression remained impassive. Approximately 28 students learning practical defensive magic under your instruction. Calling yourselves Dumbledore's army was particularly unsubtle. How do you? Hogwarts has few genuine secrets, Wednesday cut him off. Especially from those who know how to listen. She paused. Your group serves a purpose. Practical defensive training is essential given current circumstances. But it's also vulnerable. To what? Institutional interference. Infiltration. The same systems of control that have consistently failed Hogwarts students. Wednesday gestured to the corridor where Malfoy had disappeared. The Inquisitorial Squad is merely one manifestation of that control. Harry frowned. What's your point? Your methods and mine are complementary, not competitive, Wednesday said. You teach necessary skills within the system. I provide alternatives outside it. Both approaches have value. And both involve breaking rules, Harry pointed out. Rules designed by those who prioritize control over safety, Wednesday countered. The distinction matters. She reached into her pocket again, this time withdrawing a small, ornate key made of what appeared to be tarnished silver. This is for you. Harry hesitated before taking it. What does it open? A secure space I've established in the East Tower. Accessible only to those who need protection beyond what conventional methods provide. Wednesday's dark eyes met his directly. It's warded using family techniques. Undetectable by standard magical means. A final recourse if your current methods are compromised. Why give this to me? Harry asked, turning the key over in his hand. It felt strangely warm, almost alive. Because you've established yourself as someone who acts when others won't, Wednesday replied. A trait my family respects. She nodded toward the key. The room will recognize you now. Use it if needed. Share its existence only in dire circumstances. Before Harry could ask more questions, she turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. Umbridge will return soon. Her humiliation has been temporarily contained through political maneuvering, but her authority remains largely intact. When she does return, she'll seek retribution. Be prepared. With that cryptic warning, she disappeared down the corridor, leaving Harry holding the mysterious key and wondering, yet again, whether Wednesday Addams was an ally or simply another player in a game he didn't fully understand. Umbridge did indeed return 3 days later, sweeping into the great hall during breakfast with her pink cardigan and simpering smile firmly in place. The only visible difference was a new nervousness behind her bulging eyes and the way she constantly glanced toward the entrance, as if expecting an attack. Dumbledore made a brief announcement returning defense against the dark arts classes to her supervision, though with the significant caveat that all lesson plans would now require approval from both himself and the Board of Governors observer, Madame Blackwood, who sat at the staff table regarding Umbridge with open disdain. She looks like she's expecting to be poisoned any minute, Ron observed as Umbridge picked suspiciously at her breakfast. Can you blame her? Hermione replied. She was using an illegal torture device on students and got caught. Her reputation at the ministry must be in tatters. Not as much as you'd think, Ginny joined in, sliding onto the bench beside them. Dad sent a letter yesterday. He says Fudge is still backing Umbridge, claiming she was overzealous but well-intentioned, and that the blood quill was an unauthorized disciplinary method she found in Filch's office. That's ridiculous. Hermione exclaimed. Blood quills are restricted magical artifacts. They're not just lying around in caretakers' offices. Doesn't matter if it's ridiculous, Harry said bitterly. Fudge will say anything to avoid admitting he sent someone to torture students. And Umbridge will do anything to get back in his good graces. Including seeking revenge, Hermione added, lowering her voice. Wednesday warned you she'd come back looking for retribution, remember? As if summoned by her name, Wednesday appeared beside their table, her dark eyes fixed on Umbridge. Her options are limited now, she observed without preamble. The blood quill is gone, confiscated as evidence. Her authority has been checked by Blackwood's presence. But she'll find other methods. Like what? Harry asked. Institutional pressure. Selective enforcement. Targeting those closest to her perceived enemies. Wednesday's gaze shifted to Harry. You should warn your godfather to be particularly cautious in his communications. Harry stiffened. I don't know what you're talking about. The fugitive Sirius Black, currently residing at his family home which serves as headquarters for Dumbledore's resistance movement, Wednesday said matter-of-factly. Umbridge has been monitoring the Floo network and intercepting owls. She's particularly interested in your correspondence. How could you possibly know that? Hermione demanded, her voice barely above a whisper. The castle has eyes and ears beyond portraits and ghosts, Wednesday replied cryptically. And Umbridge talks in her sleep. A useful habit in someone who naps during afternoon tea. Before anyone could question this disturbing revelation further, the Morning Post arrived. A particularly large raven separated from the usual owl delivery, swooping down to land directly in front of Wednesday. It carried a package wrapped in what appeared to be black silk and sealed with red wax. Ah, Wednesday said, the barest hint of satisfaction in her voice. Mother has sent the requested items. She took the package, feeding the raven a strip of raw meat from her plate. The bird cawed once, then launched itself back into the air, its wingspan impressive enough to draw stares from nearby students. What items? Harry couldn't help asking. Family remedies, Wednesday replied, carefully breaking the seal. For your hand. And other contingencies. She unwrapped the package to reveal an ornate wooden box carved with symbols that seemed to shift when viewed directly. Inside, nestled in velvet, were several vials of variously colored liquids, a small silver knife with an ivory handle, and what appeared to be a mummified hand. "Is that?" Ron began, looking queasy. "Great-Uncle Mordecai's left hand," Wednesday confirmed. "He bequeathed it to the family collection after losing it in a particularly aggressive game of exploding snap in 1837. Mother thought it might be useful here. She closed the box before any teachers could notice its macabre contents. The East Tower Room. Tonight at midnight. Bring anyone who bears scars from the blood quill and wishes them removed." With that, she gathered her belongings and left, the wooden box tucked securely under one arm. "She can't be serious," Hermione said once Wednesday was out of earshot. "Using a mummified hand to treat Harry's scars. That's not healing, that's necromancy." "I don't know," Harry said, looking down at his scarred hand. "Nothing else has worked. Essence of murtlap helps the pain, but the scars remain." "You can't actually be considering this," Hermione protested. "I'm considering all options," Harry replied. Which is exactly what Wednesday's been encouraging since she arrived. He looked up at his friends. "And so far, her methods have gotten results. Umbridge was removed, the educational decrees were modified, and there's an independent observer ensuring student safety now." "What has conventional wisdom accomplished?" Hermione had no immediate response to that. Ron broke the tense silence. "So, midnight in the East Tower, then." The East Tower was rarely used by students, housing only a few abandoned classrooms and storage spaces. Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way there under the invisibility cloak, the mysterious silver key Wednesday had given Harry clutched in his hand. "This feels like a bad idea," Hermione whispered as they climbed the spiral staircase. "What if it's a trap?" "Then we're prepared," Harry replied, patting his pocket where his wand was readily accessible. "But I don't think it is. Wednesday could have reported the DA to Umbridge anytime this week. She hasn't." At the top of the stairs, they found what appeared to be a solid stone wall. No door was visible. "Are you sure this is right?" Ron asked. "There's nothing here." Harry examined the key in his hand, which had begun to glow faintly in the darkness. On closer inspection, he noticed a tiny keyhole in the mortar between two stones, almost invisible unless you were looking for it. "Here," he said, inserting the key. It slid in perfectly. The wall shimmered and transformed, revealing an arched wooden door bound with iron. It swung open silently, revealing a circular room that certainly hadn't been part of Hogwarts' original architecture. The space was lit by floating candles that emitted an eerie blue light. The stone floor was marked with a complex circular pattern inlaid in silver. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with ancient-looking tomes. In the center stood a round table surrounded by 7 high-backed chairs, and upon the table lay Wednesday's wooden box, now open to reveal its contents. Wednesday herself stood by a narrow window, apparently conversing with a raven perched on the sill. Luna Lovegood sat cross-legged on a cushion in the corner, reading a book whose pages appeared to be made of some kind of thin membrane rather than paper. To Harry's surprise, Neville was also present, carefully tending to several exotic-looking plants arranged on a small side table. "You came," Wednesday observed as they entered, dismissing the raven with a gesture. "And you brought reinforcements. Prudent. What is this place?" Hermione asked, looking around with a mixture of academic fascination and deep suspicion. "It's not on any floor plan of Hogwarts I've ever seen. It didn't exist until 4 days ago," Wednesday replied. "I created it using family magic. A pocket dimension anchored to the physical structure of the tower but existing slightly adjacent to normal spacetime." "That's incredibly advanced magic," Hermione said, impressed despite herself. "Beyond Newt level, even. Conventional educational classifications are irrelevant to family traditions," Wednesday said dismissively. "The Addams have been creating secure spaces for 17 generations. The technique is passed down at puberty." She gestured to the chairs. "Please, sit. We have work to do." Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances before cautiously taking seats. Luna looked up from her book and smiled dreamily at them. "Isn't it wonderful?" she said. "A room that doesn't exist but does. Rather like consciousness itself." "It's brilliant," Neville agreed, carefully pruning what appeared to be a miniature tree with silver leaves. "And soundproof. We tested earlier by having Luna scream at the top of her lungs. No one outside heard a thing. Perfect for practicing spells without interruption," Luna added. "Or conducting rituals that might otherwise attract unwanted attention." "Rituals?" Hermione repeated warily. "What kind of rituals?" "Nothing that violates magical law," Wednesday assured her, moving to the table and examining the contents of her box. "Though several that push against conventional boundaries." She selected a vial containing an opalescent blue liquid. "This is for the blood quill scars. A family remedy developed by Great-Aunt Cornelia after an unfortunate incident with a cursed contract. It removes magically inflicted wounds without trace." "What's in it?" Hermione asked suspiciously. "Nightshade extract. Phoenix tears. Powdered moonstone. And a few family ingredients." Wednesday held the vial up to the candlelight. "Completely safe, though the application process is somewhat intense." "Define intense," Harry said. "Pain proportional to that experienced during the injury's infliction, concentrated into approximately 30 seconds. Wednesday set the vial down. "The curse must be pulled out through the original wound. It's unpleasant but brief." "And the hand?" Ron asked, pointing at the mummified appendage still nestled in the box. "A focus object," Wednesday explained. "Dead flesh that once belonged to a practitioner of the old ways acts as a conduit for extracting magical residue. More effective than conventional materials." She looked at Harry directly. "The choice is yours. The scars can remain as evidence of institutional failure, or they can be removed, leaving only your memory as testimony." Harry considered his options. The scars were a visible reminder of Umbridge's cruelty, proof that could be shown to anyone who doubted his story. But they were also a constant irritation, both physically and mentally. "Will it work on other scars?" he asked suddenly. "Like this one?" He pointed to his lightning bolt scar. Wednesday studied the famous mark thoughtfully. "No. That scar contains a different kind of magic, soul magic rather than simple curse residue. It would require more, extreme measures." "Such as?" Harry pressed. "Nothing I would recommend at this stage," Wednesday said carefully. "Soul magic requires equivalent exchange. The price would be significant." Something in her tone made Harry drop the subject. "All right. Just the blood quill scars, then." Wednesday nodded. "Extend your hand, palm down on the table." Harry did as instructed. Wednesday uncorked the blue vial and used an eyedropper to place 3 drops of the liquid directly onto the scarred words. The solution sizzled slightly on contact. "This will hurt," she warned, picking up the mummified hand. "But pain is just information traveling through the nervous system. Acknowledge it without surrendering to it." Before Harry could respond, Wednesday pressed the mummified hand directly onto his scarred flesh. Immediately, white-hot agony shot up his arm, as if the blood quill were carving into his skin again, but 100 times more intensely. He bit back a scream, his vision blurring. Through the pain, he was vaguely aware of Wednesday murmuring in a language he didn't recognize, guttural and rhythmic, with sharp consonants that seemed to cut through the air. Just as Harry thought he couldn't bear another second, the pain vanished completely. Wednesday removed the mummified hand, revealing smooth, unmarked skin where the scars had been. "Blimey," Ron breathed, staring at Harry's now perfect hand. "It actually worked." "Of course it worked," Wednesday said matter-of-factly, carefully returning the hand to its velvet nest. "Addams' family remedies always work. The side effects are occasionally troublesome, but the primary purpose is inevitably achieved." Side effects? Hermione asked sharply. What side effects? In this case, minimal. Perhaps enhanced sensitivity to magical residue in the affected area for a few days. Possibly minor precognitive dreams. Wednesday shrugged slightly. Nothing concerning. Harry flexed his hand, marveling at the complete absence of pain or scarring. Thank you, he said sincerely. Wednesday acknowledged his gratitude with a slight nod. The remedy is available to anyone who suffered under Umbridge's quill. There should be enough for at least 7 more applications. That's why you created this space, isn't it? Hermione said suddenly. Not just for secret meetings, but as a place to practice magic that wouldn't be permitted in regular classrooms. Partially, Wednesday confirmed. It also serves as a secure location beyond institutional monitoring. Unplottable, undetectable by conventional magical means, and accessible only to those given a key. She gestured around the room. Consider it a sanctuary of last resort. If Hogwarts becomes untenable for any reason, Umbridge tyranny, ministry interference, or more direct threats, this space will remain secure. You're preparing for things to get worse, Harry realized. I'm acknowledging probability, Wednesday corrected. Voldemort has returned. The Ministry denies it while simultaneously positioning itself to control Hogwarts. Dumbledore maintains his own agenda, which historically has prioritized long-term strategy over immediate student safety. She met Harry's eyes directly. Preparation isn't paranoia when threats are demonstrably real. A heavy silence followed this assessment. Even Luna looked up from her strange book, her usual dreamy expression replaced by something more somber. The Addams family has survived 17 major witch hunts, 9 magical wars, and countless individual persecutions, Wednesday continued. Not through political power or conventional defenses, but through preparation, alternative knowledge, and spaces beyond the reach of those who would suppress or control us. She opened one of the ancient books on the table, revealing pages covered in diagrams and script that seemed to shift and move as Harry looked at them. Which brings me to the second purpose of tonight's gathering. Beyond removing the physical evidence of Umbridge's torture, we need to establish more robust protections against future incursions. What kind of protections? Neville asked, leaving his plants to join them at the table. Mental shields, for one, Wednesday replied. Umbridge's return means renewed attempts to control information and monitor communication. The Ministry has used legilimency against students in the past during periods of perceived threat. Mind reading? Ron looked alarmed. They can do that? Not mind reading precisely, Hermione corrected. Legilimency is more complex than that. But yes, a skilled practitioner can extract thoughts and memories from an unprotected mind. Precisely, Wednesday agreed. And while occlumency, the defensive counterpart, is traditionally difficult to master, there are alternative methods that provide effective basic protection without years of training. She withdrew another vial from the box, this one containing what appeared to be fine black sand. Obsidian dust from the same volcanic eruption I mentioned in defense class. When properly prepared and ritually consumed, it creates a natural barrier against mental intrusion. Consumed? Hermione repeated skeptically. You want us to eat volcanic ash? A minuscule amount, mixed with specific binding agents, Wednesday clarified. The preparation process involves midnight collection of dew, personal intent focusing, and lunar timing. Hence our meeting schedule. She looked around at their dubious expressions. I understand your hesitation. Alternative magical practices often seem foreign to those raised in standardized educational systems. I'm not asking for blind trust, merely consideration of options beyond conventional curriculum. Have you tested this yourself? Harry asked. Of course. All Addams children develop mental shields by age 7. It's considered a basic survival skill in my family. Wednesday's expression remained impassive. My great-grandmother once resisted interrogation by 3 master legilimens simultaneously for 72 hours. When they finally gave up, she thanked them for the mental exercise. "She sounds terrifying," Ron muttered. "Thank you," Wednesday replied, apparently taking this as a compliment. "She would have appreciated your assessment." Luna had approached the table and was examining the obsidian dust with obvious fascination. "It feels, aware somehow," she commented, hovering her hand over the vial without touching it. "Like it remembers being something else." "Perceptive," Wednesday acknowledged. "Magical residue from catastrophic events retains imprints of the moment of transformation. The obsidian remembers being molten, being stone, being earth. That memory creates natural resistance to intrusion and manipulation." Harry found himself intrigued despite his lingering skepticism. "How does it work, exactly?" "The mental shield. The prepared obsidian dust forms a crystalline barrier in the magical aura surrounding the mind," Wednesday explained. "Not blocking thoughts, but obscuring them from external viewers. Like looking through volcanic glass, images become distorted, fragmentary, difficult to interpret." She opened another book, revealing detailed diagrams of a human head surrounded by layered shields. "It won't stop a determined, powerful legilimens entirely, but it will prevent casual intrusion and alert you to any attempt." "And the risks?" Hermione pressed. "There must be side effects to ingesting magical volcanic ash. Temporary sensitivity to magical residue. Occasional prophetic dreams. In rare cases, enhanced awareness of death omens." Wednesday shrugged slightly. "Nothing particularly troublesome by Addams standards." "Death omens?" Ron looked alarmed. "Like seeing the grim?" "More like momentary awareness of approaching mortality," Wednesday clarified. "My cousin Ophelia experienced it for several months after her first obsidian ritual. She found it rather soothing." Despite the disturbing description, Harry found himself seriously considering the option. With Umbridge back and seemingly bent on revenge, additional protection, especially against mental intrusion, could prove invaluable. "I want to try it," he decided. "If Umbridge or anyone else from the Ministry is using legilimency on students, I need to be prepared." "Me too," Neville said with surprising firmness. "My gran's always saying I need to guard my thoughts better." Luna nodded eagerly. "I've always wanted to taste volcanic catastrophe." Hermione still looked dubious, while Ron appeared torn between curiosity and apprehension. "You don't have to decide immediately," Wednesday told them. "The ritual requires preparation. We'd need to collect dew at midnight, prepare the binding agents, and wait for the correct lunar phase." She glanced toward the narrow window. "The half-moon in 3 days would be ideal." "That gives us time to research," Hermione said, slightly mollified. "I want to look into the historical use of obsidian in mental protection before committing to anything." "A reasonable precaution," Wednesday agreed. "The library's restricted section contains 3 relevant texts, though their coverage is incomplete at best. Institutional knowledge tends to omit family practices deemed too accessible." She closed the books and began carefully repacking her supplies. "For tonight, we've accomplished our primary objective. The blood quill scars can be treated for anyone who wishes. The rest requires preparation and individual choice." As they prepared to leave, Wednesday handed each of them a small black stone on a thin silver chain. "Until we complete the mental shield ritual, for those who choose it, these will provide basic warning of harmful intent directed your way. Similar to the Watcher's Ward, but more portable." Harry slipped the chain around his neck, feeling the stone warm slightly against his skin. "Thanks." "One more thing," Wednesday said as they reached the door. "The Daily Prophet tomorrow will announce Dolores Umbridge's formal appointment as Hogwarts High Inquisitor, with expanded powers to evaluate and dismiss teachers." "What?" Harry and Hermione exclaimed simultaneously. "How do you know that?" Ron demanded. "My family has connections at various publications," Wednesday replied cryptically. "The Ministry is doubling down on controlling Hogwarts, using Umbridge's vindication in the blood quill investigation as justification." Vindication? Harry repeated incredulously. She was using an illegal torture device. The official story is that she found the quill in Filch's office and used it without understanding its true nature, Wednesday explained. A convenient fiction that allows Fudge to maintain his appointee while appearing to address the scandal. Politics often trumps truth. She looked at each of them in turn. This means Umbridge will return with greater institutional power and a personal vendetta against those she believes exposed her. Her methods will become more subtle but no less dangerous. Which is why you're teaching us these alternative protections, Hermione realized. You anticipated this. I recognize the pattern, Wednesday corrected. Institutional power rarely surrenders control willingly. It adapts, finds new vectors of influence, and targets perceived threats with increasing subtlety. She paused. My family has observed this cycle for generations. With that sobering assessment, they left the hidden room, the door vanishing behind them as if it had never existed. As they made their way back to their respective dormitories under Harry's invisibility cloak, one question remained foremost in their minds: if Wednesday had correctly predicted Umbridge's return to power, what other developments might she be anticipating, and preparing for? As Wednesday had predicted, the next morning's Daily Prophet carried the headline, Ministry Seeks Educational Reform. Dolores Umbridge appointed first ever High Inquisitor. The accompanying article described how the popular educational decrees had improved standards at Hogwarts, necessitating the creation of a new position with expanded oversight powers. A brief paragraph near the end mentioned a misunderstanding regarding disciplinary methods, claiming Umbridge had been fully exonerated after investigation revealed she had unknowingly used an antique quill from the caretaker's confiscated items collection. This is outrageous, Hermione fumed, slapping the newspaper down. They're completely whitewashing what happened. Worse than that, Harry said grimly. They're giving her more power as a reward. Across the great hall, Umbridge sat at the staff table, a triumphant smile on her toad-like face as she surveyed the students. Her gaze lingered with particular malice on the Gryffindor table. Where's Wednesday? Ron asked suddenly. She should see this. They scanned the Ravenclaw table, but the pale girl with dark braids was nowhere to be seen. Their answer came minutes later when Professor McGonagall approached their table, her expression grave. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, she said in a low voice. The headmaster requests your presence in his office immediately. The password is Pepper Imps. What's happened, Professor? Hermione asked. McGonagall's lips thinned to a nearly invisible line. It appears Miss Addams has been summoned to a disciplinary hearing. The three of you have been called as witnesses. Witnesses? Harry repeated. To what? The alleged use of unsanctioned magical practices on other students, McGonagall replied, her tone making it clear what she thought of the accusation. Specifically, the modification or removal of evidence pertinent to an ongoing ministry investigation. She means the blood quill scars, Hermione realized. But that's ridiculous, Harry asked for her help. Nevertheless, McGonagall said, High Inquisitor Umbridge has invoked Educational Decree No. 28, issued this morning, which prohibits students from removing, altering, or obscuring evidence of disciplinary measures without official approval. 28. Ron exclaimed. They're just making these up as they go along. So it would seem, Mr. Weasley. McGonagall glanced toward the staff table, where Umbridge was now watching their conversation with undisguised interest. I suggest you proceed to the headmaster's office without delay. And perhaps consider your testimony carefully. With that cryptic advice, she strode away, leaving the three friends staring at each other in dismay. This is a setup, Harry said quietly. Umbridge is using the scar removal as an excuse to go after Wednesday. And us, by extension, Hermione added. We're being called as witnesses, but we could easily become co-defendants if we're not careful. Well, I'm not letting Wednesday take the fall alone, Harry declared, standing up. She helped me, helped all of us, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise just because Umbridge has invented some new rule. Ron and Hermione followed him from the hall, their breakfast forgotten. As they made their way to Dumbledore's office, Harry couldn't help wondering if this was exactly the kind of escalation Wednesday had been preparing them for, and whether her alternative protections would be enough to counter Umbridge's renewed campaign of control. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office leapt aside when Harry gave the password, revealing the spiral staircase beyond. They ascended quickly, knocking on the heavy oak door at the top. "Enter," came Dumbledore's voice from within. The office was crowded when they stepped inside. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his expression grave. Umbridge stood to one side, a clipboard in her hands and a look of malicious satisfaction on her face. Professor Flitwick, as Wednesday's head of house, perched on a stool nearby, looking deeply concerned. Madame Blackwood, the board's observer, stood by the window, her sharp eyes missing nothing. And in the center of it all sat Wednesday Addams, perfectly composed in a straight-backed chair, regarding the proceedings with clinical detachment. "Ah, Potter, Weasley, Granger," Dumbledore said. "Thank you for joining us. I'm afraid we find ourselves addressing some rather serious allegations this morning. Violations of school policy and ministry directives," Umbridge corrected with sugary venom. "Possibly extending to illegal magical practices. Perhaps we should allow Miss Addams to present her perspective before jumping to conclusions," Madame Blackwood suggested coolly. "Since this is, ostensibly, an impartial hearing." Umbridge's smile tightened but she nodded stiffly. "Of course. Due process is essential, even in clear-cut cases of rule-breaking." "Miss Addams," Dumbledore said, turning to Wednesday. "You've been accused of performing unauthorized magical procedures on fellow students, specifically the removal of scars resulting from disciplinary measures. How do you respond?" Wednesday regarded him steadily. "I provided voluntary medical treatment to students who have been physically harmed by an illegal torture device. Their scars were not resulting from disciplinary measures but from a criminal assault perpetrated by a staff member." Umbridge made a noise like an angry kettle. "How dare you! The blood quill incident was fully investigated and resolved. The ministry has made its determination." "Political determinations don't alter material reality," Wednesday replied calmly. "The blood quill is classified as a dark artifact under Wizarding Law Section 342, Paragraph C. Its use on minors carries a minimum sentence of 5 years in Azkaban. The fact that you've avoided this sentence through political maneuvering doesn't change the nature of the act itself." "Now see here," Umbridge began, but Madame Blackwood interrupted. "Miss Addams makes a relevant legal point," the observer noted. "The classification of the blood quill is indeed as she states, regardless of the ministry's handling of this specific case." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly. "Indeed. However, the immediate question before us concerns Miss Addams' actions, not the original incident." He turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, I understand you were one of the students who received this treatment. Could you describe what occurred?" Harry stepped forward. "Wednesday offered to help remove the scars from the back of my hand, the words that had been carved there during detention with Professor Umbridge. I accepted her help voluntarily. She applied some kind of healing solution that removed the scars completely." "And the nature of this solution?" Dumbledore prompted. "A family remedy," Harry said, using Wednesday's own words. "She said it was developed specifically for magically inflicted wounds." "A family remedy," Umbridge repeated with heavy skepticism. "Unregistered, untested, potentially dangerous substances applied to students. This is precisely the kind of unregulated activity that Educational Decree No. 28 was designed to prevent." Educational Decree No. 28, Wednesday noted, was issued this morning, after the treatment was provided. Ex post facto application of rules is generally considered poor legal practice. Flitwick made a sound that might have been a hastily disguised chuckle. Furthermore, Wednesday continued, the substance in question was simply a topical healing solution containing standard medicinal ingredients, phoenix tears, essence of dittany, powdered moonstone, and binding agents. All legal, all recognized by standard healing protocols. This was not entirely truthful, as Harry recalled the mummified hand and the intense pain of the procedure, but he kept his expression neutral. Ron and Hermione, standing beside him, did the same. "If I may," Madam Blackwood interjected, "the board's primary concern in any disciplinary matter is student welfare. Was any student harmed by Miss Addams' actions?" "On the contrary," Harry said firmly. "She helped heal injuries that were causing ongoing pain and distress. With unauthorized medical treatment." Umbridge insisted. "Students are required to visit the hospital wing for all medical needs, not accept mysterious family remedies from other students. A policy that presumes the hospital wing can address all medical needs," Wednesday countered. "Some magical injuries require specialized treatment beyond standard healing protocols. The scars from a blood quill are cursed wounds, resistant to conventional remedies." Dumbledore steepled his fingers, regarding Wednesday thoughtfully. "Miss Addams, while your intentions may have been benevolent, Hogwarts does have procedures in place regarding medical treatment and the use of magical substances on school grounds. Procedures that fail to protect students from being tortured in the first place," Wednesday pointed out. "When institutional systems fail in their primary function of ensuring student safety, alternative measures become necessary." A tense silence followed this direct challenge. Dumbledore's expression remained unreadable, but something flickered in his eyes, perhaps recognition, perhaps concern. "Be that as it may," he said finally, "we must address the current situation. Madam Blackwood, as the board's representative, what is your assessment?" Blackwood adjusted her spectacles, regarding each person in the room in turn. "The board's position on student welfare is clear. If Miss Addams provided voluntary medical assistance that successfully addressed injuries sustained on school grounds, without causing additional harm, the board would not consider this a disciplinary issue, especially given that the regulation in question was not in effect at the time." Umbridge's face had turned an ugly shade of puce. "This is outrageous. The girl openly admits to performing unauthorized magical procedures on other students." "Medical treatment, not procedures," Blackwood corrected mildly. "And apparently quite effective treatment, judging by Mr. Potter's testimony." She turned to Dumbledore. "However, moving forward, it would be advisable for Miss Addams to consult with Madame Pomfrey regarding any additional healing assistance she might provide. Cooperation between those with specialized knowledge and our medical staff could benefit all concerned." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "A reasonable compromise. Miss Addams, would you be willing to share your healing methods with our school healer for proper documentation and oversight?" Wednesday considered the question with her usual detached analysis. "I would be willing to discuss general principles and ingredients. Some aspects involve family magical practices that I'm not at liberty to fully disclose." "Absolutely not." Umbridge cut in. "The girl is clearly practicing unsanctioned magic, possibly dark magic, and openly defying school authority. As High Inquisitor, I demand appropriate disciplinary action." "And what would you consider appropriate, Dolores?" Dumbledore asked mildly. "Detention, at minimum," Umbridge declared. "Suspension of privileges. Possibly probationary status pending further investigation of her magical practices. All for successfully healing injuries that shouldn't have occurred in the first place," Wednesday observed, her dark eyes fixed on Umbridge. Institutional priorities made abundantly clear. Before Umbridge could respond, a knock came at the office door. "Enter," Dumbledore called. The door opened to reveal Luna Lovegood, her expression dreamy as usual despite the tension in the room. "I'm sorry to interrupt, headmaster," she said, "but I thought it important to provide additional testimony regarding Wednesday's healing assistance." "Miss Lovegood," Umbridge said impatiently, "this is a closed disciplinary hearing. You cannot simply—" "Actually," Madam Blackwood interrupted, "as an educational observer representing the Board of Governors, I welcome additional student perspectives. Please continue, Miss Lovegood." Luna smiled serenely. "Thank you. I wanted to confirm that Wednesday also treated my hand after Professor Umbridge's detentions. The scars were becoming infected, turning rather an interesting shade of green, actually, and Madame Pomfrey's treatments weren't helping. She held up her hand, now completely unmarked. Wednesday's remedy worked perfectly. No side effects, except I could suddenly see blibbering humdingers for about 3 hours afterward, which was quite educational. Flitwick made another noise that sounded suspiciously like suppressed laughter. "Miss Lovegood," Dumbledore asked gently, "why didn't you inform the staff that your wound was becoming infected?" "Oh, I did," Luna replied matter-of-factly. "I told Professor Flitwick. He suggested the hospital wing, but as I mentioned, Madame Pomfrey's treatments didn't help with the magical residue." All eyes turned to Flitwick, who nodded gravely. "Indeed, Miss Lovegood did report her concerns. I observed the infection myself and was quite worried. After conventional treatments proved ineffective, I was not entirely displeased when I learned she had found an alternative solution." "You knew about this?" Umbridge demanded, rounding on the diminutive professor. "I knew my student had been injured during your detention and subsequently healed," Flitwick replied with dignity. "As her head of house, her welfare is my primary concern. The method of healing seemed secondary to the successful result." Madame Blackwood made a note on her clipboard. "This testimony suggests that conventional medical resources at Hogwarts were indeed insufficient to address the specific injuries inflicted by the blood quill, lending credence to Miss Addams' justification for offering alternative treatment." Umbridge looked as though she might explode with frustration. "This is a coordinated attempt to undermine ministry authority at Hogwarts. First the exaggerated complaints about standard disciplinary methods, now this celebration of rule-breaking and unauthorized magical practices. Perhaps," Dumbledore suggested calmly, "we might benefit from hearing Madame Pomfrey's perspective on the matter. As our medical expert, her assessment of both the original injuries and Miss Addams' treatment would be valuable." "An excellent suggestion," Blackwood agreed before Umbridge could object. "Shall I summon her?" "That won't be necessary," came a brisk voice from the doorway, which had remained ajar after Luna's entrance. Madame Pomfrey herself stood there, medical bag in hand. "I suspected my expertise might be required when I heard about this morning's proceedings." The school healer entered the office, nodding respectfully to Dumbledore before turning her professional gaze on the assembled group. "As the person who treated numerous students for injuries sustained during Professor Umbridge's detentions, I feel qualified to offer relevant medical context," she stated firmly. The wounds created by the blood quill were indeed resistant to standard healing approaches. The scarring persisted despite multiple applications of essence of murtlap, healing charms, and even specialized scar reduction pastes. She turned to Harry. "May I examine your hand, Mr. Potter?" Harry extended his right hand, now completely unmarked where, I must not tell lies, had previously been carved. Madame Pomfrey examined it closely, even performing a quick diagnostic charm that caused his skin to glow briefly blue. "Remarkable," she murmured. "Complete restoration of tissue without magical residue. The curse component has been fully extracted." She looked at Wednesday with professional interest. "Miss Addams, I would indeed be very interested in discussing your healing method, with whatever limitations your family traditions require. Such knowledge could benefit many patients beyond this immediate situation." Wednesday inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. "You see." Umbridge burst out. "Even the school healer admits these were unauthorized magical treatments. Rules exist for a reason, and no student should be performing medical procedures, especially not using unregistered family concoctions." "Unregistered but effective," Madame Pomfrey noted pointedly. "And apparently addressing a medical need that our standard treatments could not. As a healer, I must prioritize successful treatment over procedural technicalities." Dumbledore, who had been observing this exchange with thoughtful attention, finally spoke. "I believe we have sufficient information to address this matter. Madame Blackwood, as the board's representative, what is your recommendation?" Blackwood consulted her notes briefly before responding. "Based on all testimony provided, the board's position would be that no disciplinary action is warranted against Miss Addams. Her actions addressed legitimate medical needs that conventional resources had failed to resolve, were provided voluntarily to affected students, and resulted in positive outcomes with no apparent harm. She adjusted her spectacles. However, to ensure proper oversight moving forward, I would recommend that Miss Addams consult with Madame Pomfrey regarding any future healing assistance she might offer, sharing whatever aspects of her methods she is at liberty to disclose while respecting family magical traditions. No. Umbridge protested. This directly contradicts educational decree, which was not in effect at the time of the treatment, Blackwood reminded her firmly. Ex post facto application of rules, as Miss Addams correctly noted, is poor practice and potentially violates student rights under the Hogwarts Charter, Section 7, regarding fair and transparent disciplinary procedures. Umbridge looked as though she might argue further, but something in Blackwood's steady gaze seemed to give her pause. Instead, she drew herself up with wounded dignity. Very well. But I shall be documenting this entire proceeding for the minister's review. And any future violations of educational decrees will be met with the full force of my authority as High Inquisitor. Duly noted, Dolores, Dumbledore said mildly. Now, if there's nothing else, I believe these students have classes to attend. He turned to Wednesday. Miss Addams, please do consult with Madame Pomfrey regarding any additional healing assistance you might provide. Your knowledge is clearly valuable, but proper coordination with our medical staff will prevent any future misunderstandings. Of course, Headmaster, Wednesday replied, rising from her chair with fluid grace. I'm always eager to engage in knowledge exchange with qualified professionals. Something in her tone suggested this was not simply agreement but a subtle challenge, acknowledging Dumbledore's authority in this instance while maintaining her own position regarding institutional failures. As the students filed out of the office, Umbridge's poisonous glare followed them, promising future retribution. Once they were safely down the spiral staircase and out of earshot, Ron let out a low whistle. That was bloody brilliant, he said. The way everyone just appeared at the perfect moment to back you up. Almost as if it had been coordinated, Hermione observed, giving Wednesday a questioning look. Preparation, not coordination, Wednesday corrected. Luna and I discussed contingencies last night. The involvement of Professor Flitwick and Madame Pomfrey was a fortunate development. Fortunate indeed, came Professor McGonagall's voice as she rounded the corner. Though perhaps not entirely coincidental. Hogwarts staff do communicate with one another, particularly when student welfare is concerned. She fixed Wednesday with a penetrating look. An impressive performance, Miss Addams. Few students manage to outmaneuver both the High Inquisitor and the headmaster in the same meeting. I merely presented facts, Wednesday replied. Their implications did the rest. McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. Indeed. Well, I suggest you all proceed to your morning classes. And perhaps exercise additional discretion regarding any further alternative medical treatments. As McGonagall departed, Hermione turned to Wednesday with newfound respect. You predicted Umbridge would try something like this, didn't you? That's why you prepared Luna to testify. I recognize the pattern, Wednesday corrected. Institutional power responds to challenges by attempting to reassert control through official channels. Umbridge's logical move was to frame my assistance as rule-breaking rather than addressing the original harm. She paused. My family has considerable experience with such tactics. Well, it worked, Harry said. She couldn't do anything with Blackwood and Madame Pomfrey backing you up. This time, Wednesday cautioned. Umbridge will adapt her approach. Her position as High Inquisitor gives her significant institutional leverage. Today was merely the opening move in a longer game. She turned to face them directly. Which is why our preparations must continue. Umbridge's evaluation of teachers begins tomorrow. Those who oppose her will face increasing pressure. The institutional environment at Hogwarts is deteriorating rapidly. What do you suggest? Harry asked. Continue both approaches simultaneously, Wednesday replied. Your defense group provides essential practical skills. Our alternative protections prepare for scenarios where conventional magic may be monitored or restricted. She glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard. And we should accelerate the mental shielding preparations. Umbridge's next logical step will be increased surveillance and information gathering. With that sobering assessment, she departed for her first class, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione to contemplate the escalating conflict at Hogwarts, and Wednesday Addams' increasingly central role in their resistance to Umbridge's tyranny. Over the next 2 weeks, Umbridge's reign as High Inquisitor transformed Hogwarts. She began sitting in on classes, clipboard in hand, interrogating teachers, and making disparaging notes. Professor Trelawney was reduced to tears, McGonagall became icily furious, and even the usually unflappable Professor Sprout grew visibly tense under Umbridge's beady-eyed scrutiny. Meanwhile, Wednesday's prediction about increased surveillance proved accurate. New educational decrees appeared almost daily, restricting everything from student gatherings to the content of the school newspaper. Filch roamed the corridors with renewed vigor, eager to enforce Umbridge's ever-growing list of prohibitions. Members of the inquisitorial squad, led by Draco Malfoy, patrolled in pairs, deducting house points for increasingly minor infractions. Through it all, 2 parallel resistance efforts evolved. The DA continued meeting in the Room of Requirement, with Harry teaching practical defensive spells to an enthusiastic group that grew with each session. Simultaneously, a smaller, more eclectic group gathered in Wednesday's hidden tower room, learning alternative protections that required no wands, produced no detectable magical signatures, and operated entirely outside conventional magical education. The mental shielding ritual had been their most ambitious undertaking yet. Under the half-moon 3 nights after the disciplinary hearing, Wednesday had led Harry, Hermione, Ron, Luna, Neville, and Ginny through the complex process of preparing and consuming the obsidian dust. The ritual involved collecting midnight dew in black bowls, mixing it with the volcanic ash and 3 drops of freely given blood, then drinking the mixture while focusing on the concept of mental impenetrability. The effects had been subtle but unmistakable. Harry found his thoughts feeling somehow more contained, as if wrapped in a protective layer. Dreams about the mysterious corridor had decreased, and when Snape had fixed him with his usual penetrating stare during potions, Harry had felt a strange sensation like something gently brushing against his mind before sliding away, unable to find purchase. Now, as October drew to a close, Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room with Ron and Hermione, discussing their parallel resistance strategies. "The DA's going brilliantly," Hermione said, keeping her voice low despite the general buzz of conversation around them. "Everyone can produce a Patronus now, and the stunning spells are getting really powerful." "Yeah, but I'm starting to worry about security," Harry admitted. "Every time we add a new member, we increase the risk of Umbridge finding out." "That's why we need both approaches," Hermione pointed out. "The DA teaches essential magic we need to know, but Wednesday's methods give us protections that can't be detected or prohibited." "Still can't believe we drank that obsidian stuff," Ron said, shuddering slightly. "Tasted like burnt toast and metal. But I'll admit, it seems to be working. Snape tried to catch me out in class yesterday, got that look he always gets when he's trying to intimidate you, but it felt like he couldn't quite focus on me properly." "That's the shield working," Hermione confirmed. "I've been researching it more since we did the ritual. Traditional volcanic materials have been used in mental protection across multiple magical cultures. The standardized European approach to occlumency is actually relatively recent. Which is exactly Wednesday's point about institutional magic versus family traditions," Harry said thoughtfully. "The ministry-approved methods require years of training and natural talent, while these alternative approaches work for anyone willing to follow the ritual precisely." "More democratic," Ron quoted. "That's what she called it. And potentially more dangerous to established power structures," Hermione added. "Imagine if everyone could protect their minds from intrusion, regardless of magical ability or training. The ministry's information-gathering methods would be severely compromised." Harry was about to respond when the portrait hole opened and Neville burst in, looking excited. "Harry! You've got to see this," he said, hurrying over to their corner. He pulled a small potted plant from his bag, the mordant nightshade cutting Wednesday had given him, now thriving in rich black soil. Its leaves, which had previously been merely unusual, now glowed with a faint purple luminescence in the dim corner. "It's responding to the fear in the castle," Neville explained, his voice hushed with wonder. "Wednesday said it would, but I didn't really believe her. The more anxious the students get about Umbridge and her decrees, the more it glows. And look," he carefully turned one of the leaves over to reveal tiny dark berries forming underneath. "These are supposedly incredibly rare. They can be used in all sorts of protective potions." "Brilliant, Neville," Harry said, genuinely impressed. "Has it been helping with your nightmares?" "Haven't had a single one since I put it by my bed," Neville confirmed. "Though Dean's a bit freaked out by it. Says it watches him while he sleeps." Ron leaned away from the plant. "It doesn't actually watch people, does it?" "Not in the conventional sense," came Wednesday's voice from directly behind them, causing Ron to jump visibly. "She had a disconcerting habit of appearing silently when least expected. It senses emotional states, not visual information." She examined Neville's plant with something approaching approval. "Excellent cultivation. The luminescence indicates it's feeding well on ambient anxiety. When the berries fully ripen, they'll provide powerful protection against mind-affecting spells beyond what the obsidian shield offers." "How do you always know when we're talking about you?" Ron asked, his hand over his racing heart. "I don't," Wednesday replied simply. "Coincidence, probability, and good timing. Though the plant likely sensed my approach. We have a connection." She sat down in the empty chair beside Harry, looking distinctly out of place in the cozy Gryffindor common room with her severe black dress and perfectly braided hair. Several younger students nearby edged away nervously. "Umbridge is escalating her strategy," Wednesday said without preamble. "Educational Decree number 34 will be posted tomorrow morning, prohibiting teachers from providing students with information outside their specific subject areas." "How could you possibly know that?" Hermione asked. "The castle has eyes and ears beyond portraits and ghosts," Wednesday repeated her earlier cryptic explanation. "And Umbridge continues talking in her sleep." Harry decided not to press for details on how Wednesday was apparently monitoring Umbridge sleep-talking. "What does this new decree mean practically?" "Isolation and information control," Wednesday replied. "Teachers won't be able to warn students about potential dangers, share historical context about current events, or provide guidance beyond narrow academic parameters." She met Harry's eyes directly. "Including information about Voldemort, the previous Wizarding War, or anything that might contradict Ministry narratives." "That's outrageous," Hermione said, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely surprised. "They're trying to control not just what we do, but what we know." "Knowledge is power," Wednesday observed. "Restricting access to information is a fundamental control mechanism. My family has been collecting banned books, suppressed magical techniques, and prohibited knowledge for 17 generations precisely because of this pattern." She turned to Harry again. "Which brings me to the purpose of my visit. My mother's latest letter contained information I believe you should have, information increasingly difficult to access through conventional channels." From within her robes, she withdrew a small black envelope sealed with dark red wax. "This contains historical documentation regarding the previous rise of Voldemort, specifically tactics used against families who opposed him. My great-aunt Cassiopeia preserved these records during the last war, recognizing patterns that official histories often omit." Harry took the envelope, feeling its unusual weight. "Why give this to me?" "Because history suggests Voldemort will target you specifically, beyond his general campaign of terror," Wednesday replied matter-of-factly. "Understanding his previous methodologies may provide tactical advantages. And with Umbridge systematically restricting information flow, alternative sources become essential." "Your family kept records about Voldemort?" Ron asked skeptically. "My family keeps records about everything," Wednesday corrected. "Death, destruction, magical warfare, obscure curses, forgotten rituals, extinct magical creatures. Our library is quite comprehensive on topics most institutions prefer not to preserve. Something in her tone made Harry believe her completely. He tucked the envelope into his pocket. "Thank you. I'll read it tonight." Wednesday nodded, apparently satisfied. "One additional matter. My mother's letter also mentioned that she and my father have been corresponding with the Board of Governors regarding a potential visit to Hogwarts. Your parents are coming here?" Hermione asked, looking both intrigued and slightly alarmed. "Potentially. The board apparently expressed interest in consulting with my father regarding certain protective enchantments unique to our family properties. Something about strengthening Hogwarts' perimeter defenses." Wednesday's expression remained impassive, though Harry thought he detected a hint of satisfaction. "They would likely bring my brother as well, as educational visits are considered valuable in our family tradition." "Blimey," Ron muttered. "A whole family of Wednesdays. I'm actually considered the most conventional Addams of my generation," Wednesday informed him. "My brother Pugsley has a particular fondness for explosives that would likely violate several school safety policies." Before anyone could respond to this disturbing revelation, the portrait hole opened again, and Ginny hurried in, looking concerned. "Harry, Umbridge is searching the castle with the inquisitorial squad. They're checking bags, pockets, everything. Someone said they're looking for prohibited correspondence and unsanctioned instructional materials." Wednesday turned to Harry. "The envelope. It needs to be secured immediately." Harry patted his pocket. "I'll take it to my dormitory." "Too risky," Wednesday said. "If they're conducting searches, dormitories will be primary targets." She held out her hand. "The tower room. Nothing can be found there without a key." After a moment's hesitation, Harry returned the envelope to her. "What about the DA materials?" "The member list?" "Already secured," Hermione assured him. "I moved everything to the room of requirement after our last session." Wednesday rose. "I'll secure this and return to Ravenclaw Tower before curfew. Continue as normal, but be cautious. Umbridge is becoming increasingly desperate as her conventional methods prove ineffective." She glanced at Neville's glowing plant. "And feed that twice daily now. Its protective properties increase with proper nourishment." With that, she glided from the common room, somehow managing to exit without drawing attention despite her distinctive appearance. "Mental, that one," Ron said once she was gone. "Brilliant, terrifying, but completely mental." "Maybe," Harry agreed. "But she's been right about everything so far. And right now, I'll take any advantage against Umbridge, and Voldemort, that we can get." As if on cue, the portrait hole burst open again, revealing Professor McGonagall, her expression severe. "Potter, Granger, Weasley," she said briskly. "Professor Umbridge wishes to see you in her office immediately regarding unauthorized communications." Harry exchanged alarmed glances with his friends. Had Umbridge somehow discovered the envelope? Or was this about something else entirely? "We'd better go," Hermione said quietly. "And hope those mental shields really work." As they followed McGonagall through the portrait hole, Harry felt the weight of Wednesday's warning about escalation. The game at Hogwarts was changing, the stakes rising with each new decree. And at the center of it all, a pale girl with dark braids and centuries of family knowledge seemed to be the only one truly prepared for what was coming. Chapter 3, When Worlds Collide. Thunder cracked over Hogwarts as Harry raced down the marble staircase, nearly colliding with Hermione who was sprinting up from the opposite direction. Rain lashed against the castle windows like angry fists. "Have you seen it?" she gasped, clutching a copy of the Daily Prophet. "Seen what?" She thrust the newspaper at him. The headline screamed, "Ministry Educational Reforms Threatened by Foreign Influence. Controversial American Family Granted Unprecedented Access to Hogwarts." Below was a black and white photograph of 4 figures standing before what appeared to be a mansion that would make the Shrieking Shack look welcoming. A tall, pencil-mustached man in pinstripes stood beside a willowy woman with cascading dark hair. In front of them were two children, a round-faced boy clutching something suspiciously bomb-shaped and a familiar braided girl whose deadpan expression Harry immediately recognized. "Wednesday's family is coming here," Harry muttered. "Today." "They're already here," Luna's dreamy voice announced as she skipped down the hallway. The Thestrals were quite excited about it. They'd never pulled a hearse before. A hearse? Ron had appeared behind Harry, munching toast. "Who died?" "Nobody yet," came Wednesday's voice, materializing from a nearby shadow. "It's our family carriage. Mother believes conventional transportation lacks aesthetic melancholy." She looked exactly as always, braided hair, black dress, expression of clinical detachment, but Harry noticed a subtle difference. The faintest hint of anticipation lingered around her eyes. "When do we meet them?" he asked. "They're currently touring the grounds with Hagrid," Wednesday replied. "My father expressed particular interest in the Forbidden Forest and its more lethal inhabitants. Mother wanted to see the Black Lake. She has a fondness for dark waters and what lurks beneath." "And your brother?" Hermione asked nervously, recalling Wednesday's comments about his enthusiasm for explosives. "Pugsley is exploring." Something like concern flashed across Wednesday's face, the most emotion Harry had ever seen her display. "I should locate him before he discovers the dungeons. Cousin at once spent 17 years trapped in catacombs beneath Prague. Family vacations can be so unpredictable." She turned to leave, then paused. "Harry, my parents requested to meet you. Dinner in the East Tower room at 8. Your involvement in my declaration of war has piqued their interest." Before Harry could respond, she vanished down a side corridor, leaving the friends staring after her. "I'm not sure if that was an invitation or a summons to your doom," Ron said. Knowing the Addams family, Luna mused, probably both. The great hall at breakfast was a cauldron of whispers and speculation. Students huddled over newspapers, casting nervous glances at the enchanted ceiling where storm clouds gathered. Conspicuously absent from the staff table were Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Hagrid, presumably dealing with the visitors, but Umbridge sat with her back rigidly straight, her toad-like face fixed in a grimace of barely controlled fury. "She looks ready to explode," Ron observed, helping himself to eggs. "Guess she wasn't consulted about the Addams visit." "Of course not," Hermione replied. Wednesday mentioned her family was corresponding directly with the Board of Governors. Completely bypassed Umbridge's authority. Harry was about to respond when the massive oak doors of the great hall burst open with a thunderous crack. Every head turned as four figures processed down the center aisle, trailing an atmosphere of elegant menace. Leading the procession was a tall man in an immaculate pinstriped suit, his slicked back hair and thin mustache giving him the appearance of a sinister film star from another era. Beside him glided a woman of otherworldly beauty, her floor-length black dress clinging to her willowy frame, dark eyes surveying the hall with predatory interest. Behind them trailed a stocky boy about Wednesday's age, grinning maniacally while tossing what appeared to be a small metal sphere from hand to hand. And completing the quartet was Wednesday herself, looking, for perhaps the first time since her arrival at Hogwarts, completely at home. "Good morning, darling students," the mustachioed man announced in a booming, accented voice. "I am Gomez Addams. This vision of darkness is my wife, Morticia. Our son Pugsley. And of course, you already know our Wednesday." The great hall had fallen into stunned silence. Even the professors seemed frozen in place. "What magnificent gloom," Morticia observed, her voice a sultry purr as she gazed up at the stormy ceiling. "The children at Ilvermorny must make do with mere enchanted stars. This brewing tempest is so much more stimulating." Umbridge had risen from the staff table, her face mottled with rage. "Mr. Addams. This is highly irregular. Visitors must register with the High Inquisitor before, you must be the torturer." Gomez exclaimed, striding forward to grasp Umbridge's hand and shake it vigorously. "Wednesday's letters mentioned you. Blood quills. Such classic technique. My great-grandfather collected medieval torture implements. Had a whole dungeon dedicated to them. What, this is, Umbridge sputtered. Though I must say, Morticia added, drifting forward like a beautiful spectre, using such devices on children without their consent seems rather unsportsmanlike. In our family, torture is a recreational activity between willing participants. By now, several students were failing to suppress giggles. Umbridge's face had progressed from red to purple. This is outrageous, she finally managed. Headmaster Dumbledore will hear about this immediately. Hear about what, Dolores? Dumbledore had appeared at the entrance to the Great Hall, his expression mild but his eyes sharp behind half-moon spectacles. These people, these Americans, have invaded the castle without proper authorization. Umbridge shrieked, jabbing a finger at the Addams family. On the contrary, Dumbledore replied calmly. Mr. and Mrs. Addams are here at the express invitation of the Board of Governors to consult on certain specialized protective enchantments. I was informed of their arrival last week. And I wasn't consulted? Umbridge's voice had reached a dangerous pitch. The board determined that external security consultations fall outside the High Inquisitor's purview, Dumbledore explained, his tone suggesting he was speaking to a particularly slow child. As stipulated in Educational Decree No. 23, Paragraph 4. Gomez beamed, twirling his mustache. Bureaucratic loopholes. Marvelous things. Use them to avoid execution in 3 countries. 6 if you count the ones that no longer exist, Morticia added with a fond smile. Umbridge looked as though she might spontaneously combust. Without another word, she stormed from the hall, the doors slamming behind her with supernatural force. Spirited woman, Gomez observed. Reminds me of Aunt Heliotrope before the unfortunate guillotine incident. As the Addams family made their way to the Ravenclaw table, students scrambling to make room, Harry caught Wednesday's eye. She gave him an almost imperceptible nod that somehow conveyed both confirmation and warning. The Addams family had arrived at Hogwarts, and nothing would be the same again. By lunchtime, the castle was awash with stories about the visiting Americans. Pugsley had apparently set off some kind of smoke bomb in the Charms corridor, turning several Slytherin first-years temporarily blue. Morticia had been seen in the greenhouses, having an intense discussion with Professor Sprout about the proper cultivation of poisonous fungi. Most dramatically, Gomez Addams had challenged Sir Nicholas to a duel after the ghost made a disparaging remark about American magical education, resulting in Gomez fencing with air for 20 minutes while shouting enthusiastic compliments about his opponent's technique. "They're completely mental," Ron said with undisguised admiration as they headed to defense against the dark arts. "Fred and George are already taking bets on what they'll do next. I heard Morticia Addams made Professor Trelawney faint during an impromptu palm reading," Hermione reported. "Apparently told her she had the death aura of someone who died tragically 3 years ago and was currently in denial about being a ghost." Harry couldn't help laughing. No wonder Wednesday's so. Wednesday. Growing up with that family would make anyone strange. They sobered quickly upon entering the data classroom. Umbridge stood at the front, her usual sickeningly sweet smile replaced by a tight-lipped grimace. The pink cardigan had given way to a more severe navy outfit, as if she were armoring herself. "Wands away, books out," she snapped as they took their seats. Page 394. Read in silence. The class complied, exchanging wary glances. Umbridge's fury was palpable, crackling like static electricity in the air. For nearly 20 minutes, the only sound was the turning of pages and the occasional cough. Then, without warning, the classroom door swung open. "Forgive the interruption," came Morticia Addams's velvet voice. "My husband and I were hoping to observe some of Wednesday's classes. The board specifically mentioned educational assessment as part of our consultation." She glided into the room, Gomez at her heels. Together they exuded such powerful presence that the classroom seemed to shrink around them. "This is highly irregular," Umbridge said through clenched teeth. Parents do not observe classes at Hogwarts. Oh, but we're not just parents, Gomez declared cheerfully. We're security consultants. Can't assess what needs protecting without seeing it in action, what? Without waiting for permission, they settled into empty chairs at the back of the classroom. Morticia produced a black quill and began taking notes on parchment so dark it seemed to absorb light. What fascinating teaching methods, she observed. Silent reading with no practical demonstration. So, restrained. American magical education emphasizes practical application, Gomez added. Wednesday disarmed her first opponent at age 4. Wasn't even supposed to be a duel, just a simple greeting, but she's always been precocious. Umbrige's eye twitched violently. As I was explaining to the class before your arrival, ministry-approved curriculum focuses on theoretical understanding to ensure student safety. Safety! Gomez exclaimed. Admirable concern. Though I must say, based on Wednesday's letters, student safety at Hogwarts seems rather theoretical itself. Several students coughed to disguise laughter. Umbridge's face flushed dangerously. Mr. Addams, if you cannot observe silently, I must ask you to leave. Of course, Gomez agreed, pantomiming locking his lips. Silent as the grave. Speaking of which, Tish, didn't we promise to visit the school cemetery? Hogwarts doesn't have a cemetery, Hermione couldn't help pointing out. Morticia's perfect eyebrows rose slightly. No cemetery? Where do you bury the students who don't survive? A horrified silence fell over the classroom. No one has died at Hogwarts in 50 years. Umbridge declared, though her voice lacked conviction. Cedric Diggory, Harry said quietly. All eyes turned to him. What was that, Mr. Potter? Umbridge's voice had taken on a dangerous edge. Cedric Diggory died last year, Harry repeated, louder. During the Triwizard Tournament. On school grounds. Under highly unusual circumstances that have been fully investigated by the Ministry, Umbridge countered, her girlish voice strained. And Myrtle Warren before that, Hermione added. She died in a bathroom. And Professor Quirrell in our first year, Ron chimed in. Fascinating, Morticia murmured, her quill moving rapidly across the black parchment. A pattern of student and staff fatalities spanning decades, yet no dedicated memorial grounds. In our family crypt, Gomez said proudly, we have markers for 17 generations of Addamses. Some died multiple times before finally committing to it. Great-grandfather Eustace was buried 6 times before it stuck. Mr. and Mrs. Addams. Umbridge's voice had risen to a near shriek. This class is discussing defensive magical theory, not morbid family histories or isolated school incidents. Isolated? Morticia questioned softly. 3 fatalities mentioned in just a few moments suggests a recurring issue rather than isolation. Perhaps this is why the board was so interested in additional protective enchantments, Gomez mused, twirling his mustache thoughtfully. Proactive approach to an established pattern. Umbridge looked as though she might explode. Class dismissed. Everyone out. Now. Students scrambled to gather their things, torn between fear of Umbridge's wrath and fascination with the unfolding drama. As Harry passed the Addamses on his way out, Gomez gave him a conspiratorial wink. Dinner tonight, young man. 8 o'clock. We're dying to get better acquainted. Somehow, Harry suspected the phrase wasn't merely figurative. The East Tower room had transformed. Where before it had been a functional, if eerie, workspace, now it resembled the interior of a Gothic mansion. Heavy velvet drapes hung from windows that hadn't existed previously. Candelabras with black candles cast flickering shadows across walls adorned with what appeared to be medieval weapons and, were those actual shrunken heads? A long dining table dominated the center, set with silver plates and goblets that seemed to be made from hollowed skulls. Do come in, Harry, Morticia welcomed him, appearing from behind a high-backed chair. Wednesday has told us so much about your crusade against institutional negligence. It's not exactly my crusade, Harry began awkwardly. Wednesday's the one who declared war on Dumbledore. And we couldn't be prouder, Gomez declared, emerging from a side door with a fencing foil in hand. Taking on established power structures. Challenging complacent authority. It's the Addams way. He lunged suddenly at a coat rack, which collapsed with a clatter. Ha! Touché! Wednesday entered behind Harry, accompanied by Luna, Neville, Hermione, and Ron, all looking varying degrees of nervous and fascinated. I invited additional allies, she explained to her parents. Their perspectives may prove valuable. Of course, Gomez agreed enthusiastically. The more the merrier, unless it's a funeral, in which case the more suspicious the authorities become. Learned that after Cousin Farouk's 7th memorial. Pugsley bounded in last, his round face smudged with what Harry sincerely hoped was ash and not something more sinister. I rigged the suits of armor on the 3rd floor, he announced proudly. Just like you showed me, Wednesday. When someone says educational decree near them, they'll start singing the French national anthem and marching in place. Subtle, Wednesday commented. But effective. Morticia clapped her hands lightly. Shall we dine? Thing has prepared a traditional Addams feast. Thing? Hermione questioned. As if in answer, a disembodied hand scuttled across the table, adjusting place settings with surprising dexterity. Ron made a strangled noise. Neville looked faint. Thing's been with the family for generations, Gomez explained casually. Excellent butler, terrible poker player. All those tells in the fingers. They seated themselves around the table, with Gomez and Morticia at either end. Harry found himself between Wednesday and Luna, facing Neville, who was eyeing the skull goblets with trepidation. Don't worry, Wednesday told him. They're not real human skulls. Neville looked relieved. Those are reserved for formal occasions, she added. These are merely Capuchin monkey. Dinner was a surreal experience. The food, served by the disembodied hand called Thing, looked deceptively normal, though occasionally moved when not being directly observed. Conversation flowed from Wednesday's academic progress to medieval torture techniques to the proper cultivation of carnivorous plants with unsettling ease. Through it all, Harry noticed Gomez and Morticia watching him with particular interest, as if assessing his worthiness for some unknown purpose. So, Harry, Morticia said eventually, dabbing her crimson lips with a black napkin. Wednesday tells us you've faced Lord Voldemort multiple times and survived. Yes, Harry replied, startled by the direct mention of Voldemort's name. Remarkable resilience, Gomez commented appreciatively. Most who face death embrace it. You seem to have developed a more casual acquaintance. I didn't exactly have a choice, Harry said. We always have choices when facing death, Morticia corrected gently. Surrender, resistance, negotiation. The Addams philosophy embraces all approaches. Death is not an enemy but a dance partner, sometimes leading, sometimes following. What my wife is trying to say, Gomez clarified, is that your continued survival suggests unusual aptitude. Combined with your willingness to challenge authority, this Dumbledore character, the Ministry, you've caught our attention. Our family recognizes kindred darkness, Wednesday added, fixing Harry with her intense gaze. Not evil, but something deeper. An understanding that institutional norms often serve power rather than truth. Harry shifted uncomfortably. I'm just trying to do what's right. Voldemort's back, the Ministry's denying it, and students are being hurt in the crossfire. Precisely, Morticia agreed. Individual moral clarity versus systemic evasion. It's why we supported Wednesday's declaration of war. About that, Hermione interjected carefully. What exactly does a war against Dumbledore entail from your family's perspective? Excellent question. Gomez exclaimed. Wars, like tango and torture, require proper form. In this case, Wednesday has initiated a campaign to expose institutional failure and establish alternative systems of student protection. The next phase, Wednesday continued, involves forcing accountability for past negligence while creating more robust defensive measures against current threats. Both Umbridge's tyranny and Voldemort's eventual attack on the school, Morticia elaborated. We've analyzed the pattern. Hogwarts is a logical target, symbolically significant, magically powerful, and currently divided by internal conflict. Harry exchanged alarmed glances with his friends. The casual way the Addams family discussed Voldemort's strategies was unnerving, yet also refreshingly direct compared to the Ministry's denials and even Dumbledore's carefully measured statements. "You think Voldemort will attack Hogwarts?" he asked. Eventually, Wednesday confirmed. "His previous attempts to eliminate you have been indirect or opportunistic. Logic suggests escalation. And Hogwarts' defensive weaknesses have been thoroughly demonstrated over the past 5 years. Which is why we're here," Gomez added, suddenly serious. "The board requested consultation on protective enchantments. Our family specializes in warding that most modern wizards consider excessive. Or dark," Morticia added with a slight smile. "Though we prefer the term comprehensive." "Wait," Ron said, looking bewildered. "Are you saying the Board of Governors actually invited you here to help protect Hogwarts? I thought that was just a cover story." "It was both," Wednesday explained. "My correspondence regarding institutional failures at Hogwarts coincided with growing board concerns about inadequate security. Our family's reputation for unorthodox but effective protective magic made us natural consultants. Especially after Wednesday sent them detailed documentation of every security breach at Hogwarts over the past 5 years, Pugsley added proudly. Complete with mortality statistics and property damage estimates." Harry stared at Wednesday. "You've been planning this since before you arrived, haven't you?" "Of course," she replied. "I never declare war without strategic preparation." "But why?" Neville asked, finally finding his voice. "Why come to Hogwarts just to challenge how it's run?" Wednesday set down her fork carefully. "Because magical education should not require martyrdom. Because institutional power that fails its most vulnerable members while claiming to protect them deserves challenge. Because alternatives exist to the false choice between Ministry control and Dumbledore's calculated sacrifices. Our family has witnessed 17 different magical governments rise and fall," Morticia added softly. "The pattern is always the same. Centralization of magical authority leads to suppression of alternative traditions, which creates vulnerability when conventional defenses fail. Which they inevitably do," Gomez concluded. "Hence our approach: preserve knowledge outside institutional control, maintain family-based protective traditions, and challenge systems that sacrifice individuals for abstract greater goods." A heavy silence fell over the table as Harry and his friends absorbed these statements. There was something both disturbing and compelling about the Addams philosophy, a worldview simultaneously darker and more hopeful than either the Ministry's denials or Dumbledore's secretive chess game. Luna broke the silence. "I think they're right," she said dreamily. "Institutions forget that they're made of people. They become ideas instead, and ideas don't bleed when students get hurt." "Beautifully put, my dear," Morticia approved. "You have the soul of an Addams. But what's the actual plan?" Hermione pressed. "Beyond exposing problems and teaching alternative protections?" Wednesday exchanged glances with her parents before answering. 3 objectives. First, implement family-based warding around Hogwarts' perimeter, protection that can't be compromised by Ministry interference or individual betrayal. Second, establish accountability mechanisms for institutional leadership. Third, create permanent student safety protocols independent of whoever holds power. And deal with the Umbridge situation, Pugsley added with a disturbing grin. "That part's going to be fun." "Quite," Gomez agreed, twirling his mustache. "Nothing brings a family together like a common enemy. Wednesday has told us all about this delightful bureaucratic tyrant. We have plans. Harry wasn't sure whether to be reassured or terrified by the gleam in Gomez's eye. Before he could respond, a sharp knock came at the door. Things scuttled across the floor and somehow opened it, revealing Professor McGonagall, her expression even more severe than usual. "Mr. and Mrs. Addams," she said without preamble. "Your presence is requested in the headmaster's office immediately. It seems there's been an incident involving your son and several suits of armor." "Already?" Gomez checked his watch. "Impressive response time. We weren't expecting results until morning at least." "I adjusted the trigger phrase," Pugsley explained proudly. "Made it pink cardigan instead." "My prodigy," Morticia murmured, patting his head fondly. McGonagall's lips twitched suspiciously. "Be that as it may, both the headmaster and the High Inquisitor are waiting. I suggest we not delay." As the Addams parents rose to follow McGonagall, Gomez turned back to the assembled students. "Duty calls. The dance of diplomacy and denial begins. Wednesday, continue the strategy session. Harry," he fixed Harry with an intense gaze that somehow conveyed both manic energy and deadly seriousness, "will speak more about your role in all this. I have a feeling you're central to whatever comes next." After they departed, an awkward silence descended on the remaining diners. "Your parents are..." Hermione began diplomatically. "Completely bonkers," Ron finished. "Thank you," Wednesday replied, apparently taking it as a compliment. "They're brilliant," Luna said sincerely. "Like dark mirrors reflecting what everyone tries not to see." "Exactly," Wednesday agreed. "Now, regarding Umbridge. My parents' arrival has accelerated the timeline. We need to implement the next phase immediately." She rose and moved to a black cabinet, retrieving a familiar wooden box, the one containing her family remedies. "The time for defensive measures alone has passed," she announced, opening the box to reveal several vials of mysterious liquids. "Tomorrow, we begin the counteroffensive." The next morning, Hogwarts awoke to discover the suits of armor throughout the castle had been enchanted to bow deeply whenever Umbridge passed, bowing so low that their helmets clattered to the floor, causing her to jump and squeal. It was annoying but seemingly harmless, until students noticed the inquisitorial squad members experiencing the same phenomenon. By midday, the suits had progressed to following Umbridge at a distance, mimicking her walk and high-pitched hem-hem whenever she spoke. "Pugsley's handiwork," Wednesday explained as they watched Umbridge trying to outrun 4 determined suits of armor down the charms corridor. "He has a gift for mechanical mischief." "It's brilliant," Ron said admiringly. "But how does this help with the bigger plan?" "Distraction," Wednesday replied. "While Umbridge focuses on visible annoyances, more substantial changes are being implemented." As if on cue, Gomez and Morticia appeared at the far end of the corridor, accompanied by Dumbledore and several members of the Board of Governors. They appeared to be inspecting the castle walls, with Gomez occasionally tapping stones with his wand and nodding sagely. "The perimeter warding has begun," Wednesday observed with satisfaction. Phase 1 underway. Throughout the day, students noticed strange activities around the castle grounds. Gomez could be seen fencing with the Whomping Willow, somehow dodging its massive branches while shouting encouragement to it. Morticia spent hours at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, apparently in deep conversation with the centaurs. Most alarmingly, Pugsley was spotted digging small holes at regular intervals along the castle boundaries and dropping what appeared to be smoking pellets into them. Meanwhile, Wednesday led her own operation. Under the guise of a study group, she gathered nearly 20 students in the library to distribute protective amulets, small silver pendants inscribed with symbols that shifted when viewed directly. "Wear these at all times," she instructed as Harry helped pass them out. "They're connected to the family wardings being established. If danger approaches, they'll grow cold. If immediate threat presents itself, they'll vibrate. In case of actual attack, they'll emit a high-pitched sound audible only to the wearer." "Won't Umbridge confiscate them?" Terry Boot asked nervously. They appear as ordinary Ravenclaw pendants to anyone not wearing one, Wednesday explained. Another family specialty, selective perception enchantment. By dinner, the great hall buzzed with excitement and speculation. The Addams family sat at the staff table, Gomez chatting animatedly with Professor Flitwick while Morticia appeared to be giving beauty tips to a fascinated Professor Sprout. Pugsley had somehow ended up next to Hagrid, the two deep in conversation that involved much gesturing and occasional small explosions from Pugsley's pocket. Umbridge was conspicuously absent, having retreated to her office after the armor incidents escalated to include spontaneous recitations of Umbridge, an ode to amphibian authority, whenever she tried to speak to students. "This is all well and good," Hermione whispered to Harry as they ate, "but how does embarrassing Umbridge address the bigger issues with Hogwarts leadership?" Wednesday declared war on Dumbledore, remember, not just Umbridge. "I think that's coming," Harry replied, watching as Dumbledore entered the hall with Madame Blackwood, the board's observer. "Look at how the Addamses keep bringing board members into everything. They're building towards something bigger." His suspicion was confirmed after dinner, when Professor McGonagall approached the Gryffindor table. "Potter, Granger, Weasley," she said quietly. "The headmaster requests your presence at a special meeting of the Board of Governors tonight. 8 o'clock in the Great Hall." "Us?" Ron asked incredulously. "What for?" "I believe," McGonagall said with unusual hesitation, "it relates to Miss Addams's concerns regarding student safety at Hogwarts. The board has requested testimony from students directly involved in various incidents over recent years." After she left, Harry exchanged alarmed looks with his friends. "They want us to testify about all the dangerous stuff that's happened," he realized. "The Philosopher's Stone, the Basilisk, everything." "This is it," Hermione said. "Wednesday's forcing a public reckoning about Dumbledore's leadership." "But that's mental," Ron protested. "We can't just throw Dumbledore under the night bus when you know who is back. We need him." "I think that's exactly Wednesday's point," Harry said slowly, pieces falling into place. "The choice between Umbridge's tyranny and Dumbledore's, well, his way of doing things. She's pushing for something else entirely." At 8 o'clock, the Great Hall had been transformed. The house tables were gone, replaced by a large circular table surrounded by chairs. The Board of Governors, 12 witches and wizards in formal robes, occupied one section. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and several other teachers sat in another. The Addams family had their own area, with Wednesday positioned between her parents. Madame Blackwood presided at what appeared to be the head position. Most surprisingly, Minister Fudge himself was present, flanked by Percy Weasley and a witch Harry recognized as Amelia Bones from his disciplinary hearing. Umbridge sat slightly apart, her expression vacillating between smug anticipation and nervous twitching. Additional chairs had been set out for student witnesses, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, but also Ginny, Neville, Luna, and several others including Cedric Diggory's friend Zacharias Smith. "Welcome," Madame Blackwood began once everyone was seated. "This special session of the Hogwarts Board of Governors has been convened to address serious concerns regarding student safety protocols and institutional responses to threats within Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." She gestured to a court scribe taking notes. "For the record, these proceedings were initiated following documentation submitted by the Addams family, whose consultation on protective enchantments revealed systematic vulnerabilities in current security measures." Fudge shifted uncomfortably. "I must register the Ministry's objection to this irregular proceeding. Educational oversight falls under, Section 7 of the Hogwarts Charter specifically grants the board authority to investigate matters of student safety independently from ministry oversight," Blackwood interrupted smoothly. "As you well know, Minister, having cited that very section when appointing Professor Umbridge as High Inquisitor." Gomez chuckled appreciatively. "Bureaucratic judo. Magnificent technique." Blackwood continued, unperturbed. "We will proceed chronologically, addressing major security incidents over the past 5 years and institutional responses to each." She consulted her notes. Beginning with the 1991 to 1992 academic year and the incident involving a certain philosopher's stone. All eyes turned to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. What followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced. One by one, students were called to testify about incidents that had previously been hushed up, glossed over, or addressed in isolation. Harry described the possessed Professor Quirrell, the minimal protections guarding the Philosopher's Stone, and how 3 first-year students had navigated challenges supposedly designed to stop dark wizards. Ginny, pale but determined, recounted being possessed by Tom Riddle's diary and the basilisk that had petrified multiple students. Neville described the night Sirius Black had entered Gryffindor Tower with a knife. Others testified about the Triwizard Tournament's deadly tasks, Cedric's death, and most recently, Umbridge's blood quill. Throughout, Wednesday took meticulous notes while her parents asked occasional clarifying questions. Dumbledore remained impassive, though Harry thought he detected growing concern in the headmaster's eyes as the pattern of incidents became impossible to ignore when presented sequentially. "Let me ensure I understand correctly," Madame Blackwood said after several hours of testimony. In 5 consecutive years, Hogwarts students have faced a possessed teacher attempting murder, a basilisk petrifying students, exposure to dementors, death during a school-sponsored tournament, and most recently, physical torture during detentions. Silence fell over the Great Hall. When presented collectively, Morticia observed in her velvet voice, "The pattern becomes rather striking, doesn't it?" "These were isolated incidents," Fudge blustered. "Extraordinary circumstances. 5 consecutive years suggests a pattern rather than isolation," Wednesday countered. "And extraordinary loses meaning when it becomes annual expectation." "If I may," Dumbledore interjected, speaking for the first time. "While I acknowledge the concerns raised, it's important to consider the broader context. Hogwarts has faced unprecedented challenges, which is precisely our point," Gomez interrupted, suddenly serious. "Unprecedented challenges requiring institutional adaptation. Yet the same defensive vulnerabilities persist year after year. The perimeter wards haven't been substantially updated since 1943, Morticia added. The student evacuation protocol relies on house self-assistance with no redundancy. And the communication system during emergencies depends entirely on portraits and ghosts, both of whom have demonstrable loyalty conflicts." Murmurs broke out among the board members, who appeared increasingly troubled. "What exactly are you suggesting?" McGonagall asked sharply. "Comprehensive reform," Wednesday replied. "Not administrative reshuffling or cosmetic policy changes, but fundamental reassessment of how student safety is prioritized and implemented. Starting with independent oversight of all security measures," Gomez added. "Regular evaluation of emergency protocols by qualified external consultants," Morticia continued. "And most importantly," Wednesday concluded, "clear accountability mechanisms when institutional leadership fails to prevent foreseeable harm to students." Dumbledore's expression had grown increasingly grave. "You speak of accountability as though there were simple solutions to complex threats." "Not simple," Wednesday corrected. "Prioritized. When faced with conflicting goals, student safety versus broader strategic objectives, Hogwarts leadership has consistently subordinated the former to the latter." "That is an outrageous accusation," McGonagall exclaimed. "Is it?" Wednesday fixed her dark eyes on Dumbledore. "The Philosopher's Stone was brought to a school filled with children despite known pursuit by Voldemort. The Chamber of Secrets remained uninvestigated for months despite multiple petrifications. Dementors were stationed around a school despite their documented attraction to emotional vulnerability, which children possess in abundance." She leaned forward slightly. "These weren't unavoidable tragedies. They were calculated risks taken by leadership pursuing objectives beyond student safety." A heavy silence followed this accusation. Harry found himself holding his breath, torn between his loyalty to Dumbledore and the undeniable truth of Wednesday's assessment. "Albus," Madame Blackwood said finally. "These are serious concerns that require response. Not justification, but acknowledgement and corrective action. Dumbledore sighed deeply, suddenly looking every year of his considerable age. Miss Addams presents a compelling pattern, he admitted. One that, when viewed collectively rather than as isolated incidents, suggests institutional failures I cannot deny. Gasps and whispers erupted around the table. Harry stared in disbelief. Dumbledore was actually acknowledging Wednesday's criticism. However, Dumbledore continued, these failures must be understood in context of the greater threats facing not just Hogwarts, but the wizarding world as a whole. Ah, the greater good argument, Morticia observed. Fascinating how often institutional harm is justified by abstract future benefits. What would you have had me do? Dumbledore asked, a rare edge entering his voice. Leave the Philosopher's Stone unprotected? Abandon the school during the chamber incident? Reject the Triwizard Tournament and lose crucial international alliances? False dichotomies, Wednesday replied calmly. Protection doesn't require endangerment. The stone could have been secured elsewhere. The chamber investigated immediately with professional cursebreakers. The tournament modified for actual safety rather than merely theatrical danger. She met Dumbledore's eyes directly. The pattern isn't necessity but philosophy, a consistent willingness to accept acceptable losses in service to longer-term objectives. Sometimes, Dumbledore said quietly, difficult choices must be made for the greater. Don't say it, Harry interrupted, surprising even himself. All eyes turned to him. The greater good. That's always the justification, isn't it? But we're not talking about abstract principles. We're talking about real students who've been hurt, or nearly killed, or... His voice caught, or actually killed. He took a deep breath. I've trusted you, Professor Dumbledore. I still do, in many ways. But Wednesday's right. There's a pattern, and it's not just bad luck. It's about priorities. Dumbledore regarded Harry with a complex mixture of pride and sorrow. Perhaps, he acknowledged, in focusing on the forest, I have occasionally failed to see the trees. Individual students whose safety should have been paramount. Not occasionally, Madame Blackwood corrected firmly. Repeatedly, as this testimony has established. She turned to address the board. I believe we have sufficient evidence to implement immediate reforms regarding Hogwarts security protocols and accountability structures. Now see here, Fudge blustered. The Ministry has already implemented reforms through the High Inquisitor position, which has demonstrably exacerbated rather than addressed student safety concerns, Blackwood interrupted. The blood quill incidents alone would justify independent board intervention. Umbridge, who had remained unusually silent throughout the proceedings, suddenly found her voice. This entire charade is nothing but a coordinated attack on Ministry authority at Hogwarts. These Americans and their obviously disturbed daughter have manipulated vulnerable students into exaggerating isolated incidents to undermine our educational reforms. Gomez twirled his mustache, looking amused. Disturbed? My dear woman, Wednesday is the very model of Addams' composure. You should see Pugsley when he's properly agitated. Sets fire to the furniture just by concentrating. It's true, Pugsley confirmed proudly. I'm working on making it blue fire next time. The point, Morticia interjected smoothly, is that deflection doesn't address the substantive concerns raised by multiple witnesses. And speaking of witnesses. She turned to Amelia Bones. Madam Bones, as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, do you find the testimony regarding the blood quill exaggerated? Bones, who had been taking her own notes throughout the proceedings, looked up with a grim expression. I do not. In fact, I find it consistent with physical evidence already submitted to my department. Evidence that should have resulted in more significant action than has been taken thus far. She fixed Fudge with a stern look. Minister, I must formally advise you that continued dismissal of these allegations places the Ministry in a legally precarious position. Blood quills are classified as restricted dark artifacts under Section 342 of the Magical Law Enforcement Code. Their use on minors constitutes a serious criminal offense. Fudge paled visibly, while Umbridge seemed to be struggling to breathe. "This is absurd," she finally managed. "I was cleared of any wrongdoing." "The investigation concluded." "The investigation was deliberately limited in scope," Bones interrupted. "A fact I protested at the time. With this additional testimony, I am reopening the matter effective immediately." Umbridge's face contorted with fury. "You can't, the minister won't allow." "Actually, Dolores," Fudge said, suddenly finding keen interest in his bowler hat, "Madam Bones has independent authority in criminal investigations. The ministry must, of course, follow proper legal procedures." Harry couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Fudge was abandoning Umbridge to save himself. "I believe," Madam Blackwood said, "we should proceed to a formal vote on the proposed security reforms. Unless there are objections." Silence greeted her question. Even Fudge seemed to recognize the political winds had shifted. "Excellent," she continued. "The proposals before the board are as follows. First, implementation of enhanced perimeter protections as designed by the Addams family consultants. Second, establishment of an independent safety oversight committee including board members, staff representatives, and student delegates. Third, mandatory protocols for emergency response, evacuation, and communication during threats. Fourth, regular external assessment of all security measures." She paused. "And finally, formal acknowledgement from Hogwarts leadership regarding past security failures, with commitment to prioritize student safety above all other institutional objectives moving forward." The board voted unanimously to approve all measures. Even Dumbledore, after a moment's hesitation, nodded his assent to the final point. "Then it is decided," Blackwood declared. "These reforms will be implemented immediately, with the Addams family continuing their consultation on protective enchantments for the remainder of their visit." She turned to Bones. "Madam Bones, I believe you have official business to conduct." Bones nodded grimly and rose from her seat. "Dolores Jane Umbridge, you are hereby relieved of your position as Hogwarts High Inquisitor pending investigation into allegations of criminal misconduct. Your wand will be held in evidence until the completion of said investigation." Umbridge's face drained of all color. This is. "Justice," Wednesday supplied calmly. "Somewhat delayed, but arriving nonetheless." As two Aurors who had been waiting outside entered to escort a shell-shocked Umbridge from the hall, Gomez leapt to his feet with characteristic enthusiasm. "Magnificent! Democracy in action! Accountability served with a flourish." He seized Morticia's hand. "Tish! This calls for celebration. A feast. Dancing. Perhaps a friendly duel or two." "Mr. Addams," Blackwood interjected, "perhaps we might complete the formalities before festivities commence." Of course," Gomez agreed, reluctantly reseating himself. "Timing is everything, in waltzing, in fencing, and in institutional reform." As the meeting concluded with discussion of implementation details, Harry found himself watching Wednesday. She sat composed as ever, but something in her expression had shifted, a subtle satisfaction replacing her usual clinical detachment. She had achieved precisely what she'd declared war to accomplish, fundamental change in how Hogwarts approached student safety. When their eyes met across the table, Harry gave her a small nod of acknowledgement and respect. She returned it, a ghost of a smile touching her lips. They had begun as adversaries of sorts, her direct challenge to Dumbledore putting them at odds, but had somehow ended as allies in a cause that transcended personal loyalties. As everyone began to disperse, Dumbledore approached Harry quietly. "A moment, Harry, if you would." They moved to a corner of the hall while others filed out, discussing the evening's dramatic developments. "You spoke well tonight," Dumbledore said, his blue eyes serious behind half-moon spectacles. "And truthfully. I wasn't trying to undermine you, Professor," Harry felt compelled to explain. "It's just, you were absolutely right," Dumbledore interrupted gently. "As was Miss Addams, though her methods are rather more direct than I might prefer." He sighed. When one has lived as long as I have, fought as many battles, seen as many tragedies, it becomes dangerously easy to think in terms of wars rather than individual lives. To calculate acceptable losses rather than insisting no loss is acceptable. He glanced across the room to where the Addams family was engaged in animated conversation with several board members. They are an unusual family, with an unusual philosophy. But their core principle, that institutions exist to serve individuals, not the reverse, is one I have perhaps lost sight of in recent years. So you're not angry about Wednesday's war against you? Harry asked. Dumbledore's eyes regained some of their familiar twinkle. My dear boy, I have weathered far more destructive opposition than a principled challenge from an unusually perceptive student. Indeed, I find myself rather grateful for the wake-up call, however uncomfortable the delivery method. He placed a hand briefly on Harry's shoulder. Sometimes we need our assumptions challenged, our blind spots illuminated. Miss Addams has done that service for Hogwarts, and for me personally. The reforms implemented tonight will make the school stronger, safer, better prepared for whatever challenges lie ahead. As Dumbledore moved away to speak with McGonagall, Harry found himself approached by Wednesday and her parents. Harry Potter, Gomez declared, pumping Harry's hand enthusiastically. Magnificent testimony. Direct, compelling, emotionally resonant. You have a future in revolutionary politics, my boy. Or seances, Morticia added with a serene smile. Your connection with death gives your words particular weight. Thank you, I think, Harry replied, somewhat bewildered by their intensity. My parents are attempting to express approval, Wednesday translated. Your willingness to challenge authority figures you respect demonstrates moral clarity we find compatible with Addams' values. High praise indeed, Morticia confirmed. Few outside the family receive such acknowledgement. We'd like to extend an invitation, Gomez continued. Summer holiday at the Addams estate. Fencing lessons, midnight cemetery explorations, experimental explosive demonstrations from Pugsley. That's really generous, Harry said, trying to imagine Uncle Vernon's reaction to such an invitation. But I usually spend summers with my aunt and uncle. Or with my friend Ron's family. Ah, family obligations, Morticia nodded understandingly. Sacred bonds, even when unpleasant. We respect that. The invitation remains open, Wednesday said. Should your circumstances change. After the Addams parents excused themselves to continue discussions with board members about implementation details, Harry found himself alone with Wednesday. You planned all this from the beginning, he said. It wasn't a question. I recognized the opportunity, she corrected. Institutional change requires leverage, timing, and evidence. Your scars provided the evidence. Umbridge's overreach created the timing. My family's reputation offered the leverage. And your declaration of war on Dumbledore? A necessary catalyst, Wednesday replied. Direct challenge forces response. Response creates visibility. Visibility enables accountability. Harry shook his head, half admiringly. You Addamses really do think differently about everything. We recognize patterns others prefer to ignore, Wednesday said. Institutions protect themselves unless forced to change. Individual suffering becomes statistical abstraction unless personalized. Power structures resist accountability unless publicly challenged. She glanced toward where Dumbledore was now in deep conversation with her parents. The reforms implemented tonight won't solve every problem. But they establish precedent and mechanism for addressing future issues. And Umbridge? A shadow of satisfaction crossed Wednesday's face. Justice served, however imperfectly. The blood quill investigation will proceed properly this time, with Madame Bones overseeing rather than ministry political appointees. All because you noticed my scars that first day on the train, Harry marveled. Physical evidence of institutional failure, Wednesday noted. The beginning of a pattern recognition exercise that culminated in tonight's reforms. Before Harry could respond, Ron and Hermione joined them, both looking slightly shell-shocked by the evening's developments. "They've actually suspended all the educational decrees," Hermione reported excitedly. "And the DA has been officially approved as a student defense organization, with proper staff supervision. And Umbridge is gone," Ron added gleefully. "Probably heading to Azkaban if Bones has anything to say about it." "Most likely a significant fine and professional disgrace," Wednesday corrected. "First-time offenders rarely receive Azkaban sentences without aggravating circumstances." "Still better than she deserves," Ron muttered. "Justice isn't about deserving," Wednesday observed. "It's about consequences proportional to actions, consistently applied regardless of position or power." Her philosophical tone was suddenly interrupted by Pugsley bounding over, his round face alight with mischief. "Wednesday. Mom says we're staying another week to complete the warding. And Dad's going to demonstrate the ancestral summoning ritual for the 7th years." Professor McGonagall looked like she was going to faint when he mentioned the goat blood requirements. "Typical," Wednesday sighed. "Father always forgets British magical sensibilities regarding ceremonial livestock sacrifice." Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione, all three trying not to laugh at this utterly Addams-like concern. "I should join them," Wednesday said, turning to leave. "Implementation details require monitoring to prevent institutional dilution of key provisions." "Wednesday," Harry called as she started to walk away. She paused, looking back. "Thank you. For seeing something wrong and actually doing something about it." Not many people would have declared war on Dumbledore their first day at a new school. "Most problems persist because people assume they're inevitable rather than changeable," she replied. "My family has never accepted that distinction." With that, she rejoined her parents, leaving Harry and his friends to contemplate the extraordinary changes one unusual family had catalyzed at Hogwarts in less than a week. "Mental," Ron said, shaking his head. "Completely mental. But bloody effective." "I'm not sure if I'm terrified or impressed by them," Hermione admitted. "Both," Harry decided. "Definitely both." The remainder of the Addams family's visit transformed Hogwarts in ways both obvious and subtle. Gomez could be seen daily striding the perimeter of the grounds, wand in one hand and fencing foil in the other, inscribing complex patterns in the air that left shimmering traces of magic visible at dusk. Morticia conducted lengthy rituals at key points around the castle, often accompanied by Professor Sprout and several eager herbology students, planting what appeared to be ordinary flowers that emitted faint glows after dark. Pugsley proved particularly popular among the Weasley twins, the three of them often huddled in corners exchanging techniques that resulted in occasional small explosions and fits of maniacal laughter. Wednesday herself continued her dual role, attending classes while simultaneously coordinating the implementation of the board's safety reforms, ensuring no detail was overlooked or provision diluted. The most visible change was the creation of a permanent safety oversight committee, with representatives from each house elected to regular meetings with staff and board delegates. Less visibly but perhaps more significantly, the castle's ancient wards were systematically enhanced with what Gomez enthusiastically described as 14 generations of paranoid Addams family innovations. The basic principle, he explained during a demonstration for the 7th-year defense against the dark arts class, is layered intention. Standard wards operate on single-purpose enchantments, keep this out, alert when that happens. Addams wards think in contingencies. He gesticulated wildly with his wand, causing a section of the grounds to glow with complex interlocking patterns. If the outer perimeter is breached, inner defenses activate automatically. If communication is severed, emergency protocols trigger without human intervention. If leadership is compromised, authority transfers along pre-established lines. "It's rather like magical disaster planning," Hermione observed to Harry as they watched from a safe distance. "Preparing for worst-case scenarios instead of just hoping they won't happen." "Precisely, my dear," Gomez exclaimed, somehow hearing her despite the distance. "Hope is for optimists and amateurs. The Addams approach assumes catastrophe and plans accordingly." By the final day of the Addams visit, even the most skeptical students and staff had to admit the family's unorthodox methods had produced tangible improvements. The castle felt different somehow, more secure but also more responsive, as if the very stones were more attentive to their protective purpose. A farewell feast was arranged in the Great Hall, with the Addams family as guests of honor. Dumbledore, displaying characteristic adaptability, embraced the occasion with apparent enthusiasm, even donning a slightly more Gothic version of his usual robes in tribute to the guests. Students and staff of Hogwarts, he announced as dinner concluded, please join me in expressing our gratitude to the Addams family for their extraordinary contributions to our school's security and governance. While their methods may occasionally have been unconventional, their dedication to student safety has been unquestionable. Applause broke out across the hall, growing from polite acknowledgement to genuine appreciation. Whatever their initial impressions of the strange American family, few could deny the positive changes they had catalyzed. Gomez leapt to his feet, unable to contain his exuberance. The honor is entirely ours. Such a magnificent castle. Such delightfully gloomy dungeons. Such historically significant bloodstains on the flagstones. Morticia rose more gracefully. We have always believed that educational institutions should be both intellectually stimulating and physically survivable. Hogwarts now stands as a model for that balance. And we got to make things explode. Pugsley added enthusiastically, causing nervous laughter throughout the hall. Only Wednesday remained seated, her dark eyes surveying the room with her usual detached assessment. When they landed on Harry, she gave him a slight nod that somehow conveyed both acknowledgement of shared purpose and something like respect. After the feast, as students began to disperse, Harry found himself approached by the entire Addams family. "Young Harry," Gomez declared, clapping him on the shoulder with surprising force. "We couldn't leave without a proper goodbye. And a proper thank you for your role in all this." "I didn't really do much," Harry protested. "Wednesday did all the planning." "But you provided crucial validation," Morticia observed. "Your testimony carried weight precisely because of your loyalty to Dumbledore. Challenging authority is easy for natural outsiders like our family. It's far more significant when coming from those within the system. Our invitation stands," Gomez added. "Summer at the Addams estate. We have a magnificent cemetery, a swamp full of carnivorous plants Neville would adore, and a dungeon Pugsley has recently renovated with several historically accurate torture devices. They're mostly safe," Pugsley assured him. "Only 2 fatalities during testing." Harry laughed despite himself. "I'll, keep it in mind." "Thank you." "We should leave," Wednesday interjected. "The carriage is waiting, and Thing gets restless if kept confined too long." As her parents and brother moved ahead to say additional goodbyes, Wednesday lingered briefly with Harry. "This isn't really goodbye," she said. "Our paths will intersect again. Pattern recognition suggests it." "Because of Voldemort?" Harry guessed. "Because of complementary approaches to institutional challenge," she corrected. "You work within systems, believing in their potential for redemption. I work outside them, recognizing their tendency toward self-preservation at others' expense. Both perspectives have value in what comes next." She reached into her pocket and withdrew a small black box, offering it to him. "From my mother. For emergencies only." Harry accepted it cautiously. "What is it?" "A direct communication method. Addams family specialty." She didn't elaborate further. "Use it if conventional options fail." Before he could ask more questions, she turned to rejoin her family, who were now gathered at the entrance to the Great Hall, surrounded by students and staff offering final farewells. "Oh, one last thing," Wednesday said, looking back over her shoulder. "Mother left something for Professor Trelawney. A family grimoire about death omens. Apparently, the professor really is seeing genuine portents, just misinterpreting their timing. They're not predicting imminent death, they're echoes of deaths that occurred centuries ago. That's oddly comforting and disturbing at the same time," Harry said. The most meaningful insights usually are, Wednesday replied, the ghost of a smile touching her lips. Goodbye, Harry Potter. Remember what we accomplished here. Institutional change is possible when properly catalyzed. With that, she rejoined her family, and the Addams entourage made its way from the castle, Gomez's boisterous farewells echoing long after they had disappeared from sight. Life at Hogwarts gradually settled into a new normal after the Addams' departure. The Safety Oversight Committee met weekly, with student representatives bringing concerns directly to staff and board delegates. The enhanced wards hummed with reassuring energy around the perimeter. Most visibly, classrooms now featured emergency communication devices, small silver bells that could summon immediate assistance if activated. Umbridge never returned. The Daily Prophet reported her resignation from the ministry, to pursue private interests, following a closed investigation by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The educational decrees were officially rescinded, replaced by a new student safety charter developed collaboratively by the board, staff, and student representatives. Harry found himself unexpectedly central to these changes. As the most visible student affected by both Umbridge's torture and the various dangers of previous years, he was frequently consulted on implementation details of the new safety protocols. The experience was oddly empowering, having adults actually listen to student perspectives after years of being alternately idolized and dismissed. It's weird, he confessed to Ron and Hermione as they sat by the lake one mild spring afternoon. I spent years trying to get adults to believe me about actual dangers, and now they're asking my opinion about evacuation routes and emergency signals. That's Wednesday's influence, Hermione observed, looking up from the thick book in her lap, a rare volume on alternative protective magic. Wednesday had somehow convinced Madame Pants to add to the general collection. She didn't just force accountability for past failures, she changed how student input is valued moving forward. Mental how much one weird family managed to change in just a week, Ron marveled, tossing stones into the lake. Fred and George are still corresponding with Pugsley about something they won't tell me. Probably explosive and definitely illegal. I got another letter from Morticia yesterday, Luna announced, appearing suddenly beside them with her usual dreamy expression. She sent me the most fascinating monograph on spectral classification. Did you know there are 17 distinct types of hauntings, and only 3 are actually caused by traditional ghosts? You're writing to Wednesday's mum? Ron asked incredulously. Oh yes. We're kindred spirits, she says. Luna smiled serenely. She's invited me to visit this summer to help catalog their family crypt. Apparently, several ancestors refused to remain properly buried and keep rearranging the tombstones. Harry fingered the small black box Wednesday had given him, which he'd taken to carrying in his pocket. He hadn't opened it yet, saving it for a genuine emergency as instructed, but its presence was oddly reassuring, a tangible connection to a family who approached danger not with fear but with meticulous preparation. Do you think she'll come back? He asked suddenly. Wednesday, I mean. To Hogwarts. Doubtful, Hermione replied. She accomplished what she came for. The systems are in place now for ongoing reform without her direct involvement. Besides, Ron added pragmatically, can you imagine her sitting OWLs like a normal student? Question 3, describe the proper method for repelling a boggart. Addams' answer, invite it to dinner and compliment its fashion sense. They all laughed, even Luna, though Harry suspected an Addams approach to boggarts might actually be more effective than conventional methods. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Neville, who hurried toward them with unusual excitement, cradling a small plant pot. It bloomed, he announced, carefully setting down what Harry recognized as the mordant nightshade cutting Wednesday had given him months ago. The plant had grown considerably, and now boasted several deep purple flowers that seemed to pulse gently, as if breathing. First documented blooming in a cultivated specimen in over a century. That's brilliant, Neville, Harry said sincerely, genuinely happy for his friend's achievement. Professor Sprout says I should submit documentation to the International Botanical Society, Neville continued, his face flushed with pride. She thinks it might qualify for a junior research publication. The Addams greenhouse must be incredible, Hermione mused. All those supposedly extinct species Wednesday mentioned. Morticia invited me to visit as well, Neville confessed. Said I have the touch for plants that appreciate suffering. I think it was a compliment. As they admired Neville's achievement, Ginny approached with a copy of the Daily Prophet. You should see this, she said, handing the paper to Harry. Just came out in the evening edition. Harry unfolded it to reveal the headline, Ministry Denials Crumble, Evidence Confirms UNOWHO's Return. Fudge Administration Faces Crisis as Witnesses Come Forward. Bloody hell, Ron breathed, reading over Harry's shoulder. They're actually admitting it. Look who's quoted, Hermione pointed to a paragraph midway through the article. Harry read aloud, among those providing testimony is Gomez Addams, noted American security consultant, who recently completed protective enhancements at Hogwarts School. The evidence is incontrovertible, Addams stated. The magical signature matches historical records preserved by my family from the previous conflict. Denial at this point isn't merely political, it's demonstrably irrational. They did it again, Harry said, shaking his head in amazement. The Addams family just waltzed in and changed the entire conversation. First at Hogwarts, now at the Ministry. They don't accept artificial limitations, Luna observed. Morticia says it's the family motto, obstacles exist to be eliminated, not accommodated. Sounds about right, Harry agreed, still scanning the article. The implications were enormous, Fudge admitting Voldemort's return, the Ministry shifting to war footing, public acknowledgement of what he'd been saying for nearly a year. As the sun began to set over the lake, casting long shadows across the grounds, Harry felt an unexpected sense of optimism despite the dark news. The world was finally acknowledging Voldemort's return, but Hogwarts was better prepared than it had ever been. The enhanced wards hummed reassuringly at the edges of his awareness. The student safety protocols provided structure for whatever challenges might come. And somewhere in America, a pale girl with dark braids was presumably continuing her family's centuries-long mission of preserving knowledge, challenging institutions, and preparing for worst-case scenarios with methodical precision. Harry's hand closed around the small black box in his pocket. Whatever came next, he felt strangely confident that they now had options beyond the false choice between institutional compliance and isolated resistance. Wednesday Addams had shown them a third path, one that recognized systemic failures without surrendering to them, that challenged authority without rejecting the possibility of reform. As his friends continued discussing the article's implications, Harry glanced toward the Forbidden Forest, where the last of the Addams family's perimeter wards shimmered briefly in the fading light. Something fundamental had shifted at Hogwarts, not just in its protective enchantments, but in how its residents thought about safety, responsibility, and institutional accountability. A war was coming, that much was certain. But thanks to Wednesday's declaration of war against institutional complacency, they would face it with clearer eyes and stronger defenses than before. Miles away, in a Gothic mansion perched atop a hill overlooking a cemetery, Wednesday Addams sat at an ancient desk, carefully transcribing observations into a leather-bound journal. Around her, candles flickered with eerie blue flames, casting elongated shadows across walls adorned with centuries of macabre family heirlooms. The door creaked open, and Morticia glided in, her movements as fluid and graceful as always. Still working, Wednesday. It's nearly midnight. Documenting the Hogwarts intervention, Wednesday replied without looking up. Pattern recognition suggests applicable principles for future institutional reforms. Your first independent project, Morticia observed with maternal pride. And so successful. Forcing accountability from a centuries-old magical institution in less than a month. Your grandmother would be ecstatic, if she believed in positive emotions. Wednesday's quill paused. It's incomplete. Hogwarts has implemented reforms, but the larger systemic vulnerabilities within British magical society remain. Centralized authority. Suppressed knowledge. Historical amnesia regarding previous conflicts. All true, Morticia agreed, placing a gentle hand on her daughter's shoulder. But revolution is a process, not an event. You've established a foundation for future change. And created useful alliances, Wednesday acknowledged, thinking particularly of Harry Potter, his complex loyalty to Dumbledore balanced by growing recognition of institutional failures. Individuals with complementary perspectives and strategic positioning. Your father is particularly impressed with young Harry, Morticia noted. Says he shows promise as a revolutionary thinker, once he overcomes his conditioning toward institutional deference. Wednesday nodded slightly. His experiences have prepared him to recognize systemic failures, even in institutions he respects. A valuable perspective for what comes next. And what does come next, my dark blossom? Morticia asked, genuine curiosity in her voice. Wednesday closed her journal deliberately, turning to face her mother. Phase 2. Hogwarts was merely the beginning, a localized intervention in a broader pattern of institutional vulnerability. The coming conflict with Voldemort will expose deeper structural weaknesses in British magical governance. She rose from her desk, moving to a large wall map where red pins marked specific locations throughout Britain. The Ministry. St. Mungo's Hospital. Gringotts Bank. Each represents a critical failure point in crisis scenarios. Each requires intervention before Voldemort can exploit their vulnerabilities. Ambitious, Morticia observed approvingly. Though perhaps beyond what one family can accomplish alone. Not alone, Wednesday corrected. The Hogwarts intervention created a model and identified potential allies. The next phase expands both. She reached into her desk drawer, withdrawing a small silver device that matched the box she'd given Harry. When Potter activates his communication link, it will signal readiness for expanded cooperation. Morticia's perfect lips curved in a proud smile. You've planned several moves ahead. Very Addams of you. Strategic thinking requires anticipating multiple contingencies, Wednesday replied. Particularly when dealing with entrenched systems resistant to necessary change. A sudden tapping at the window interrupted their conversation. A large raven perched on the sill, a small scroll attached to its leg. Wednesday admitted the bird, retrieving and unrolling the message in one fluid motion. From Great Aunt Ophelia, she reported after scanning the ancient script. The family archives in Romania have been breached. Someone accessed the restricted collection on soul magic. Morticia's expression darkened. Voldemort's followers, pursuing his immortality obsession. This accelerates the timeline. Yes, Wednesday agreed, already moving to her bookshelf and selecting several ominous-looking tomes. Harry Potter must be informed. Soul magic beyond what Voldemort has already attempted would create unprecedented threats. She paused, glancing at the silver communication device on her desk. Perhaps it's time to initiate Phase 2 without waiting for his signal. Trust your judgment, Wednesday, Morticia advised. You've demonstrated exceptional strategic insight in the Hogwarts intervention. Wednesday considered for a moment, then nodded decisively. I'll depart for Britain next week. The summer holidays approach, creating opportunity for direct coordination with key allies. She returned to her desk, opening a fresh sheet of black parchment. Hogwarts was merely the opening move. The real war, against both Voldemort's darkness and institutional complacency, is just beginning. As she began writing, her raven familiar settled on her shoulder, its obsidian eyes reflecting the blue candlelight. In her perfectly precise handwriting, Wednesday addressed the first of several messages that would soon wing their way across the Atlantic. Harry Potter, circumstances have evolved. The box contains activation instructions. Phase 2 begins at midnight on the summer solstice. Prepare for escalation. Wednesday Addams in the distance, thunder rolled across the cemetery, as if nature itself were acknowledging the gathering storm. Wednesday smiled faintly, the first genuine smile since returning from Hogwarts. Institutional reform was satisfying. But the coming campaign against multiple entrenched systems? That would be genuinely entertaining. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.